Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee of Thursday the 21st of March. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to your recommendation. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. And can anyone in the hall please either ensure their mobile phone is switched off or on mute. Tracy, can you confirm this and approve and I approve remote participation?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning, members. We've got 17 members present in total, 7 members present in person at the Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Slater and Councillor Thompson, and we've got 10 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Beretti, Councillor Blake, Councillor Ian Crothers, Councillor Davies, Councillor Hill, Councillor Howie, Councillor Jordan, Councillor McFarlane, Councillor Marshall and Councillor Walters, and I have 2 apologies from Councillor Dryborough and Councillor Hislop. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Members, are there any declarations of interest? I don't see any in the hall, and there doesn't appear any online. The minutes of the previous meeting, 28th of February 2024, pages 13 to 16. Is this an accurate minute of the meeting, and if so, are members happy to approve that? There are acknowledgements that that's accurate from members in the hall, and I don't see anyone wishing to speak online, so I will take it that's a true record and will confirm that's a true record of the meeting. Tracy, can you take us through the procedure for today, please?
Thanks, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues, accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other persons will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible representatives will be heard as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Applications Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and then applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person, joining remotely via Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The Chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thanks very much, Tracy. Members, move on to agenda item number 4, an application for the erection of a 132 kilovolt collector substation and formation of access track at Margrave Forest, St Johnstown, Dalry, Castle Douglas. This is the full application, reference number 23/1264/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is John Hiscox. John, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Certainly will, Chair. Thank you very much. This application is recommended for approval, but it's automatically in front of the committee due to it being a national development. The application is in the Dee and Glenkens ward and is located here. The red line you can see in the bottom right of the corner is the A702. This site is partway between Moniaive and St Johnstown of Dalry, and the larger blue area you can see encompasses both the consented Margree wind farm and the proposed Divot Hill wind farm. The second location plan, you can see the access track and the compound area edged in red in the centre of the picture. And in this map, you can see in the centre there in the purple, the Margree Loop core path and right-of-way. It's a 4-mile forest loop, and the small red X just to the bottom of that central loop identifies the approximate location of the compound being applied for. It's just south of the main loop section. And in relation to this application, I did actually walk that entire loop to get an understanding of this site. The photos will show that later. This slide is just to give you an idea of the location of wind farms in the area. So you can see the text for Glen Shimmerock in the top left, Trostenloch in the top right, Margree central right. These are all approved wind farms with 200-metre turbines. And then in and around that purple loop, you can see some orange dots. They are the Divot Hill wind farm, which is under appeal at the moment. And we're waiting on the outcome of that. Okay, the next slide is a block plan. It shows the access track leading there from the forestry track as existing down to the compound area. And the overall compound rectangle you can see there in sort of like lilac is 113 by 90 metres or thereby. I'd ask the members to note the location of the 132 kilovolt overhead line, bottom left, which you can see is dots, black dots and grey lines there. Contours on that map show that the access slopes from 280 metres above Ordnance Datum at the top, at its northern end, to around 268 above Ordnance Datum at the site, so a differential there sloping down of about 12 metres. And you can just about make out a sort of grey sea to the right of the track in the middle of the plan, and that is a sheep shelter, which is, again, you'll see it in the photos, an archaeological item. In terms of elevations, this is a modular building, about 17 metres by 10 metres by 4 metres height. It will be painted, but there's no colour specified at the moment. The committee should note that there's likely to be overhead infrastructure to enable connection of this site into the overhead line, but we don't have a massive amount of detail on that. I have touched on it in the report with regard to its general nature and height. This slide is in the design and access statement submitted, and it just tends to show an idea about surrounding the compound with deciduous planting. But it's not likely to be a good principle, so we have a draft condition 12 requiring submission and approval of landscaping scheme, which would double up to both offset landscape and visual impacts and also to enhance biodiversity in line with NPF 4. Moving on to photos, which I'm really showing you just to give you a general idea of what it feels like in that locality, given that it is quite remote and you have to access it via the forestry tracks. So this one, interestingly, shows different ages of forestry plantations just within the middle of the site, and Black Craig Wind Farm is just there. You can just about see the turbines in the background. This is approaching the core Margree Forest area from the south along the right-of-way, the core path, the Margree Forest Loop, which is a signposted and well-frequented loop. This photo is looking west in the general direction of Lochinvar from the track, approaching the main loop. This photo shows the point at which the track splits, so the loop from here could go either clockwise or anti-clockwise up to the green top of Margree Summit. This photo shows the approximate location where the access track would begin, where it would come off the existing forestry track. So just the left there, where those sycamore trees are, is where it would come off the track. There is already a very vague track which has been used in the past, I think, to access this area. Now, photo 6 is, in my book here, is looking south across the site with Knockman Hill in the background. This one is a bit further along the Margree Loop, which just again gives you a flavour of the environment around there, just various stages of forestry. This one goes back a bit and is the sheep shelter I mentioned earlier, which is a non-designated archaeological asset. Condition 2 refers to fencing off of this during construction of the track. And again, last picture really just showing what the area looks like when you walk in the loop. This is going a bit further round, having done it myself clockwise. And I'm going to sum up just by reading you the conclusion, more or less, of the report. The proposed development would enable a number of consented wind farms and potentially others that may receive consent to connect into the national grid electricity network. It would be beneficial, therefore, in terms of helping to meet national and local objectives relating to energy production, sustainability and climate crises. It would not promote unacceptable impacts relating to the environment or road safety, although conditions are likely to be necessary to ensure the development would be carried out acceptably. The application is not the subject of any objections from consultees and has not attracted any representations from third parties. The correct process has been followed in terms of pre-application activity, and additional supporting information has been provided to respond to officer requests, which have enabled the potential development effects to be understood. In all respects, therefore, the application is not in conflict with the development plan, and as explained, it is therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, John. Any questions for our case officer? Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, Chair. I would like to ask, is this substation for existing equipment, or is this for future development of additional wind farms? Thank you.
John.
Yes, Chair, both. There are 3 wind farms already approved. None of them have commenced, and we haven't had any discharge of conditions of those schemes yet, but they are Glen Shimrock, Margree and Troston Loch. And it is anticipated that Glen Shimrock and Margree are both owned by the same applicant. Troston Loch by a separate one, but with an agreement to also enter into the overhead network from this site. Divot Hill, under appeal, is really an extension of the Margree wind farm, if you look at it in map form. But we don't know the outcome of that yet. But that would also intend to tap into this line.
Are you content with that, David?
Yes, I accept that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. If you want to take your hand in, if that's yours, David, that would be helpful. I've got Councillor Andrew McFarlane and Councillor Beretti. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Looking at 1.12 on page 21, it says there's no detail regarding what overhead infrastructure would be provided. Is that likely to make an impact or a difference to our decision? Flicking on to page 24, it says there's a bit of complication about it. Potentially, they've got an either-or situation. But then we go on to say in 4.8, notwithstanding the area of uncertainty, it really wouldn't be an issue. So just a little bit of clarity on that if we can. And then lastly, page 28, 4.37, development would enable a number of that. You've just covered that. So thank you very much. That would be it.
Thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. Case Officer, John.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think with regard to the overhead infrastructure that we don't know about, I'm going to go to that bit in my report. I've mentioned that it would comprise towers, gantries, transformers and supporting structures and security fencing. And of course, we have put condition 12 or recommended condition 12 to you because we feel that even though this is in a forestry site and in terms of landscape and visual impacts, it relates very strongly to 200-metre tip height turbines. It's still worth considering softening the impacts. So we're proposing that we have some sort of landscaping. And I mentioned in the presentation that there had been an idea about putting some deciduous trees around the compound, which would act as screening, but it would be alien to the surround. So in talking to the applicants along the way, I suggested that we could consider a different approach, a swathe, maybe a shelter belt, relating more to the forestry setting, and they're agreeable to that, hence that condition 12 is a good condition. So yeah, the overhead infrastructure, it's what you would expect in a site, nothing more than about 8 or 9 metres really to connect into the overhead line. So that's the first thing. And then quite important, you've mentioned about this being an either-or situation, and we did consider that quite carefully in the report, insofar as we have to accept this application on its merits and consider it so, because if an applicant is trying to sort of set up two scenarios, each of which they could implement, if we only accept one, we'd have to seek to revoke the original or not allow the current application. Which in itself is an awkward process, and that the applicant is clearly does not favour that, and is looking to have an either-or situation. Now we have an informal sort of guidance from the applicants that they don't intend to build both, they won't need both, but they are trying to give themselves options. And of course that will depend on how things move forward. They might not implement the schemes themselves. I'm talking about several different sites here. So Glen Shimrock Wind Farm, for example, which is nearby, is really, in terms of the planning permissions, a separate permission or a separate site from Margree. And Margree is, although it's all encompassed in the same sort of blue line, a separate wind farm. We've accepted the application on that basis. So we need to consider that these two options could both be implemented. But I think the report covers that. If that were to happen, it wouldn't be unreasonable in the circumstances. Both applications, one which is already approved and this one, are acceptable.
Thanks very much, John. That satisfy you, Councillor McFarlane?
Yes, thank you for that.
Thanks very much. I have another three registered speakers. I have Councillor Beretti, Councillor Campbell and Councillor Thompson. So Councillor Beretti, please.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chair. Knowing that route well and knowing the zone, what about the road network there? Because it is already traversed by timber lorries, and at some future date, should the planning go ahead, there may also need to be some road management procedures, because it is a very well-trafficked tourist route, certainly for bikers of all types, whether they're motorised or pedal. The roads are not, as Chair might well appreciate, of the best quality, so there would need, what is the prospect of making sure that these roads are maintained if there's any damage due to heavy traffic? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Moretti. Case Officer John.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. The recommendation includes a number of conditions in that respect, which have come as a result of our consultation with our roads planning manager. So we're looking at conditions 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which all cover matters relating to the road network and maintenance and restoration of anything of any interventions, should we say, which change the road network. But notwithstanding the public road, that loop is a very well maintained forestry track, and I think the committee ought to note that that the entire Margree Forest loop has already been agreed as access to service the Margree wind farm as per the approval. But you have your conditions there which cover all of the issues that have been raised by our roads management team, and I think that they cover the issues that you've mentioned.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The one thing that wasn't was about the fact that it is a tourist route. You may not be aware, that is a very, very well-trafficked tourist route by bikers, motorcyclists and motorbikers. And in the past, I've already had to attend to an accident due to a motorbike coming off because of potholes. So on a corner. So it is a particular route. But I mean, if he has an answer to that, that'd be great.
I think the case officer's got a response for you, Councillor Moretti. John.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. That is an important point. The condition 6 refers to the provision of a traffic management plan for the whole life construction phase to include agreed access routes, mitigation measures and a detailed programme. And I think importantly that would be approved in consultation with the Roads Authority and Police Scotland. So we're aware of the significance of the traffic movements along that route. Even though this is not for a wind farm itself, it's for a relatively modest amount of related infrastructure. It is still a significant issue, so that's why we felt that these conditions were important. So Police Scotland will be involved in the consideration of the traffic management plan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with that response. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Moretti. Councillor John Campbell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, if I picked John up correct, he said that the building doesn't have a colour scheme as such, but obviously there might be a visual impact. I'm just wondering, do we have a kind of standard colour scheme for buildings, you know, that's in these sort of areas, you know, whether it's green, brown or whatever? But I wouldn't like to put a condition on, Chair, but I mean, even if it was delegated to, you know, the officers to come up with some kind of colour scheme, I think that would be appropriate.
Thanks very much, Councillor Campbell. I think that's always the case, that this colour scheme has to be approved by officers. But Case Officer John, please.
Thanks, Councillor. To be fair to you, there isn't a condition on with that in mind. I mean, we can expect that these will tend to be grey. That is my understanding, that this building will be grey. Modular buildings, even by their design and elevations, are very functional, and a lot of the infrastructure you see going in relation to it is going to be grey, galvanised, steel and so on. So that would make sense, but I don't think that's an unreasonable request in the circumstances, Chair.
If we can put that as a condition, that would be fine, because we certainly don't want garish colours, and you're quite right, Councillor Campbell. So if you can do that, John, that would be good. I have Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Drysdale, is that right? Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was just a question on the impacts on the public path network, which on page 23 is one of the key considerations in the application. I was just wondering what, I don't think we'd consulted, the Countryside Access Officer, and I was just sort of wondering if there was a reason for that, because I think one of the recommendations, or condition 9, I think, relates to that path network. So is there a reason why we didn't consult the Countryside Access Officer? Thank you.
John, Case Officer.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I'm not entirely sure of the reason we haven't consulted, but I can advise you that there is a hugely, perhaps David will take this, but it's the resource in our access team at the moment is such that we're not really seeing consultation responses. Having said that, that's the condition that I've proposed, and it was really useful to go out and have a look on site and walk the loop to understand its significance. Clearly is used by people on bikes. I saw a runner out that day who didn't come onto the track, but inevitably that would be a good, safe route and lots of walkers. But the condition 9, that the loop shan't be closed off, obstructed or diverted unless relevant permissions have been obtained from the council, that is necessary, and that would be a separate kind of consent from the access team, notwithstanding that they haven't been consulted.
Stephen, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I appreciate that, you know, it's not unknown that there's maybe some sort of resource pressures in that team, but so I just sort of wondered, because because the condition 9 requires a legislative consent, if you like, I just wondered, well, will we even be in a capacity to deliver that if we have those pressures in a timely fashion? Thank you.
Case officer.
I can't answer that question because it's a separate service and I don't know how it's operating at the moment. But it gives us certainty, having a condition there, that we're saying that the applicants, the onus is on them to abide by that separate legislation. I take comfort in that. It's really important to note that that route will be used for haulage in association with the Margery wind farm and Divot Hill as well if it goes ahead. So that route is already committed to quite a high level of intervention, if you like, if those schemes are implemented. But I did mention that we haven't had discharge of any conditions on those schemes yet, so we can't foresee when they will come forward.
Thanks, Stephen. And I'll ask Mr. Sutty just to add a wee bit if he can, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was just looking at our back office system as John was speaking there. We did actually consult the access officer on the 16th of October, but unfortunately didn't get a response. I'm comfortable with condition 9 in as far as it just makes clear that there isn't to be any closure of it. It's not requiring any further submissions. So I'm comfortable with the wording of that. I think it just makes it clear that they can't do such activities without getting all the appropriate consents, which is obviously covered by a separate section, but in planning terms, it's making it clear, just flagging it to them that what they do need to do or don't need to do.
Stephen Thompson again, please.
No, that's helpful, and I'll take that assurance. I'm just sort of wondering under page 22 under consultations, often we'll say, you know, we consulted SEPA, we didn't get a response, we consulted Scottish Water. So similarly, we may want to, just for correctness, say we did consult in terms of the access team, but we didn't get a response, for example. Thank you.
David Sutty, please.
Very often, if we haven't got a response, I don't put it in there just because it doesn't make it. It's not particularly helpful just saying that there hasn't been a response received, but if members would prefer to see that in due course, I'm quite happy to put that in future reports.
It might also be, and it's not for here, that we make a requirement in officers to respond when they're invited to from planning, whether it be they have no concerns or have concerns, but it might be rather than just no reply at all. So we might want to ask Tracy or David to raise that matter at an appropriate forum for us, because we can't make that condition here today. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I don't want to labour the point, Chair, but I think there's reports coming up later in the agenda which indicate either that we opted not to consult, for example, SEPA in one of them, or that we consulted but got no response from other teams. So it's just maybe there's a consistency thing that could be considered. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Drysdale, and then Councillor Slater, and then hopefully we'll move to the determination. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members and officers. It was just with regards to the assurances in the conditions, if it's possible to ask yourself, John, you know, at the moment we're hearing in wards 3 and 4 consistently that there are vehicles from all sorts of developments in this area speeding through our towns and villages in Ward 3 and 4, particularly Durrye, Crossmichael and Cursfairn. So I'm going to ask for your assurances that there will be consultation done with Roads Authority and Police Scotland, and possibly David can assure me of this, that, you know, we work very hard as councillors alongside Timber Transport Officer to make sure that the speeds and vehicles are controlled during the night for all the equipment that will be going in and out should this proceed today. So could you just provide assurances and advise me as to whether or not we condition the hours of movement for the equipment for this if it were to go ahead? And David might be able to advise as well. Thank you for that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Case officer.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I would expect that to be a fundamental part of the traffic management plan. Hours of movement, hours of operation. And this is a construction traffic management plan, whole life construction phase. So we should know everything about those movements. What you mentioned about timber haulage, when we get consultation responses from our roads planning manager, we quite often see reference to that, to these being timber haulage routes. It's always on their radar and it's quite significant. So I'm assuming that our very excellent roads management team will be scrutinising that as well. I'm comfortable with that.
Councillor Drysdale.
I'm happy with that. Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to note as well that I have a funny feeling that the Margree forestry tracks are often used for accessibility for horse riding, so that needs to probably be considered as well. Obviously, safety, you know, you don't want to be approached by vehicles at high speed whilst on a horse. So just to, if you can consult with the team on that one and just make sure that the developers are aware of that if this goes ahead. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Case officer, just.
I didn't mention that because it looks, for all intents and purposes, that it could be eminently usable for horse riders, but it's a core path and a right of way. I don't think it's a bridle way, so I didn't mention that. But you know, you can see from the width of the tracks that it's really suitable for all levels of usage or all types of usage. So I appreciate that.
Thanks very much. Last speaker, Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just asked John, this is coming into bird nesting season, and is there any provisions? Is this area to be dug up during bird nesting season? It's maybe a small point, but you know, it's part of probably trying to get to net zero as well. Thank you.
That's great, Councillor Slater. Case officer, please.
Yeah, Chair, we don't have much mention of biodiversity in the conditions. I have mentioned it in the report under biodiversity impacts. There's an environmental report in the application documents which we are recommending is approved as part of the planning permission if it's successful. That covers all matters relating to ecology and ornithology as far as it can. And that's actually extracted from the original environmental impact assessment, which is approved as part of the Margree Wind Farm. So we have comfort that that covers the whole site. But in effect, what they've given us in this terms of the environmental report with this application is a section of that sort of reproduced to fit this application. So we can be comfortable that it is covered adequately. And as you'll be aware, if we have protected species in situ, they are covered by separate legislation, which the applicants will have to abide by with regard to wildlife.
Thanks for that, case officer. And I can add, if you look at section number 10 on page 30, David, it makes quite clear mitigation has to be made in relation to breeding birds and badgers. So that's part of the conditions that our case officers have placed on the report. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions for our case officer on session, members, I've got Councillor Stephen Thompson, Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Comfortable with the assurances that we've got in terms of the report and happy to move with the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you. If there are no alternative views, Councillor Sutty, Mr. Sutty, please.
Just been promoted. It was just to clarify, is that with recommendations and the additional condition regarding the finishes, which I think Councillor Campbell had requested?
I would say so, yes. The members in the room are nodding agreement and assent. So we've agreed. Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please, and add the new conditions that we've attached today?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report with an additional condition on the finishings that will be worded for the minute.
Thank you very much, members. Move on to agenda item number 5, an application for the erection of 92 dwelling houses, formation of internal infrastructure, landscaping, associated open space, and temporary construction compound and ancillary works at Marchfield H10 and H11 Dumfries. This is a full application, reference number 22/0174/full. The recommendation is approved subject to A, the successful completion of a Section 75 plan obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision, or such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and B, conditions. And the case officer is Chris McTeer. So, Chris, would you like to take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, members. This application is in front of members today as it constitutes a major development under the hierarchy of development regulations, and the Council's scheme of delegation requires that major applications come before the Planning Applications Committee. So the site in question is at Marchfield. It's an area of former open agricultural land extending to just over 4.5 hectares in the east of Dumfries, just over 2 kilometres north-east of the town centre. There's a full description in paragraph 1.3, but it is bounded roughly to the west by the existing Marchfield development, to the south by the A709 Lockerbie Road, with a small private lane to the east and a belt of trees to the north. Marchfield in itself has been an extensive extension of Dumfries over the last 20 years or so. Some of the older enabling infrastructure works are probably older than that. But kind of in briefly, the Marchfield site extends from the A701, just off the Dulscorn roundabout, up at Bannatyne's Gym, all the way down to Lockerbie Road to the south. You can see I've included the remainder of the allocated site that this application site forms part of, which is on the plan there is DFS H2, and you can see the sort of the northern boundary there formed by the A75. The Lockerbie Road runs sort of through the site there, but the same coloured site to the south of that doesn't actually form part of the wider site allocation here. I think that's allocation H7 to the south, which is the one at Brownrigg Loaning, but that's not part of the wider Marchfield site. So going back 20 years or so, the Marchfield site was covered by an Area Development Framework, or an ADF, which is just another name for a master plan, which covered the whole site. So as the site is built out, and also the remainder of the site, so this covers things to a high level, roads and infrastructure, open space, flooding, etc. And this site that we're looking at today forms part of the undeveloped part of DFS H2. So the remainder of the site, which includes this, allocates 1,000 units in the plan period. Now, as with all allocated sites, there's site guidance in the development plan. Some is applicable to this application, and some isn't. So, the ones, the sort of the main areas that we're looking at in terms of compliance with the site guidance relate to flooding, drainage, and archaeology. Some requirements, for example, keeping development away from Clumpton Hill, which you can see is the area in green on that, doesn't really apply to this application at the moment. So the application that is in front of us today, as the Chair said, is for the erection of 92 dwelling houses. They are a mix of 2 to 5 bedroom, detached, semi-detached and terraced dwellings. There's also a scheme of landscaping, drainage and sods work, access, a play area, and also a temporary construction access compound and lay down area. Something that I've neglected to put in the report in terms of the planning history at 1.7. There is another application in at the moment for a temporary construction compound. The application reference number for that one is 230537 full. But it doesn't form, it's in this application site, but it is a separate application in its own right. So we are looking at a separate area for the temporary construction compound just now. So I'll move on to, that's the wrong way, Chris. So site layout, so at its very basic, I suppose, the site layout is looking to extend the blocks of existing development into the application site. So these, I've actually had to tilt this round just to allow it all into the screen. But along the sort of the north of the application site plan, there you can see the existing built development at Marchfield, and these built blocks are being extended out. And the new blocks of development, 5 in total, are along the southern boundary there. Now, the temporary works plan is to the north of the site, so that comprises a laydown area and a car park as well. Part of the application as well was the submission of a landscaping plan. Now, the sort of the full landscaping sort of commentary is at paragraph 4.28, but the landscaping focuses on shrub and tree planting within areas of open space, which you can see are noted in green on the plan, and along the eastern boundary of the site. Plan was just a bit too big to squeeze into the one slide there. So we have details of things like the species mix, the planting type, and that's considered acceptable. And we have added a compliance condition to this should members be minded to approve this application today. I'm going to skip on from that because I realised that I've got some of these in the wrong order, and the first one doesn't really relate. So house types. Before I go on to house types, there is a requirement, and I know some members are keen to understand how we are building sustainability into developments of this type. So the house types and the houses that are being built will include technologies to allow a reduction in CO2 emissions against the previous building regulations that apply at the minute. So solar panels are proposed on all plots, with as many of them being on south-facing roof slopes to maximise the solar gain on that one. So the applicant is looking to achieve the silver standard in terms of CO2 reductions. The silver standard relates to building standards. The actual construction will include insulated cavity walls and low U value windows, which help to insulate the properties. In terms of the house types, a number are proposed. I haven't included every single one because there are quite a few, but I have included some of the different ones here. So the finishes are dependent on the location, and they're mainly a mix of brick and render in various degrees, depending on the location within the site. So I'll run through a few examples here. So this is one of the house types, and you can see the mix of brick and render, and the next one kind of shows all render. So you can see the changes in these ones. Some features, this one has a bay window on the side. So typically corner plots, dwellings overlooking open space and play areas are designed slightly differently, just to add a bit of visual interest throughout the development. So this one, you can see they've moved the bay window from the side to the front. And it's just a couple of examples of the different finish types for the houses. So that really depends on the location within the site itself. Just turning to a few photographs of the site. So as you'll have seen in the report, there are 2 vehicular and 2 additional pedestrian accesses into the site. So this is at the northernmost end of the site from Orchid Close, and this is the northern vehicular access point there. So as you can see, as development has carried on, there's a road kind of terminating there, which is going to be opened up into the new site. And this is the southern vehicular access. First pedestrian access. So this one is the one, it's kind of between Birchwood Way and Eider Close. And then this is the southern one on, I think it's Hawthorne Drive or Hawthorne Road, I'm not sure, but it's the one at the very south of the site. So the SUDS location is kind of front and centre, just in front of the trees here. And this is the site extent looking from the north across to the eastern boundary. And that's just looking south. And from the private lane that forms the eastern boundary, this is just looking back across to the existing dwellings at Marchfield. This is along the northern boundary where the construction compound and laydown area is, and that's just looking north to south, back down from the top of the site. So turning to the report, an assessment of the proposal hasn't thrown up any fundamental policy objections. That includes policy OP3, which I feel is worth mentioning just now. So OP3 is developer contributions, and a full explanation is set out in the reports, the report rather, on paragraphs 4.35 to 4.44. Now, the framework for the policy is set out at the beginning of that, but as a private development, this one is liable for affordable housing and education contributions. However, policy OP3 does allow a case-by-case basis in terms of developer contributions. And as you can see from paragraph 4.43, the applicant has submitted a viability appraisal that indicates that the individual costs of delivering affordable housing and education contributions would make the development unviable and therefore unable to be delivered. The planning service sent this viability appraisal out to a third party just to look at the figures, and they agreed with that. And policy OP3 does allow for exceptions to developer contributions, and it was recommended in this case that the contributions were not sought. Notwithstanding that, the original Marchfield development was covered by a roof tax, which was to pay for off-site infrastructure works, in this case at the Edinburgh Road side of things, and it's recommended that this carries over into phase H 10 and 11, and that is going to be sought via a section 75 legal agreement. And so just to wrap up for the reasons stated in the report, it's recommended that this application is approved subject to conditions and the Section 75 legal agreement covering the roof tax. And as ever, I'm happy to answer any questions that members might have. Thank you.
So, any questions for our case officer, Chris McTeer? I've got Tony Baretti, Stephen Thompson and John Campbell, Pauline Drysdale. Stephen, please. Oh, Tony.
Right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris. Can I ask you to put back up on the screen the orientation of the buildings in relation to north-south, which was one of your first ones? Right, now, you said, and I know you were saying this with Plum here about solar panels. On page 44, I noticed at 4.33, it does say that although there was no mention of that, you've actually highlighted that solar panels, air source heat pumps would be put in. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you said the planner said that they would consider putting PV in. Now, I'm looking at the plan, and it looks to me as though the majority of the house, and now given that I can't see precisely the plan from my my position on this at this computer, I'm saying that the buildings are not actually orientated north-south. Yeah, that's great. Would that be correct? Is there a slight leaning to the south? So it's like south-southwest that the orientation is? Because you would normally, if you were going to put PV, you would, as you clearly said, you would want to put them on the south side. But this is not a strict north-south divide. Is that correct?
Case officer.
Yes, I mean, you can see down the bottom, the north arrow is kind of pointing off to the side. So, yeah, thanks. So, yes, they're not directly south, and the requirement for the PV panels is part of the sort of the building standards requirement just now. So, it's I think the sort of the final houses that they're constructing in, I think it's phase H4. Or H5, I'm not sure. The ones that the Storey Homes are finishing in the existing development just now, it's the same PV panels that are going to be fitted onto this. You did point out in the report that there normally we would look to have an energy statement with these, and we actually have a condition. Requiring, I think it's condition 13. So we're looking for a bit more detail on the actual, what technology is going to be used in terms of the carbon reduction. But I did get an assurance from the applicants that the solar PV as a minimum is going in. I actually forgot to mention that they're also looking to put in the cable trunking for electrical charging, which we have in as a condition, but it's something that Storey Homes informed me that they were going to be doing anyway. I mean, if you have any sort of further questions on that, there are representatives from Storey Homes here today, so they might be able to elaborate a bit more on that one if you need any further clarification.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. If it's okay if I come back in, Chair. Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, clearly the orientation here is crucial when it comes to PV insertion, because it doesn't necessarily mean to say that your biggest roof is going to be your biggest provider of energy. So from what I can see, there is a case here, if it were to go ahead, that the PV should be distributed amongst some of the roofs that are also west-facing, because they're not entirely west-facing. But that will be something, I think, yes, I will ask that to the agent when they come up. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Beretti. Councillor Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so it was just a couple of points, if I may. So I think one of the concerns was about boundary fencing in terms of recommendations. It was just to get clarification on if the boundary fence will be shared, and it looks like from the diagram that in some cases it may be, and if there's anything we should be mindful about in terms of that. There was also just a few things in the conditions. I think it does mention in paragraph 4.28 about suggesting a condition on the sort of compliance with the planting scheme, but it does. But I'm trying to, just for confusion's point of view, conditions 6 and 7, I'm just sort of wondering, is that kind of what that is, or I didn't sort of see the compliance bit, so if that could be clarified. And the other bit is just in terms of the section 75. I mean, I read this and I thought, well, okay, that's bound to beg a few questions. So in terms of the section 75, which isn't in the conditions, but we're minded to sort of look at in terms of the road junction, the roof tax bit, what would that amount to? Likely. And then in terms of the, because obviously when we look at page 36 and the 2.4 about the contribution that we would normally have calculated for the identified need in the nursery, somebody's going to foot the bill for that, I guess. ultimately. So how do we arrive at that calculation, and who's the third party? And how do we choose a third party to test that information? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Case officer.
A lot to be going on there. So I think I'll take your second question first, to do with the landscaping. So what you see in condition 6 is basically we're just referencing the landscape plans that have been submitted, just for the avoidance of doubt. They are referenced in a condition there. So that's the planting scheme that we've agreed, and we have the compliance sort of part of that at the end of the condition. So so I suppose that's the second point. The boundary fences, yes, we have a scheme of boundary fencing in which has been agreed. I think, and I may actually, I may defer you to the applicant for that one. I can't remember. I think there should be no shared fences between them. It should be, from what I can remember or recall, and it's not going to be applicable to every dwelling on the site. It's only the ones that are sort of along the western boundary. With that one, so yes, as far as I can understand, there will be no shared fences there. Going back to the section 75, I suppose the kind of the nuts and bolts will need to be agreed between ourselves and the applicant. The roof tax, as it stands just now. The figure was agreed in a previous section 75, and it changes every year. It's index linked, so it generally has gone up from the point that it was agreed at. But that would need to be sort of arrived at again. So there would need to be another negotiation to work out what the roof tax individually is going to be. In terms of having the viability assessment looked at, we contacted a number of surveyors. I think we contacted 4 or 5 different ones, and we undertook a sort of like a mini kind of procurement exercise for that, and we settled on I think it was Shepherds who looked at this one for us. So they looked at the land values, the construction costs, in terms of sort of interpreting the information that the applicant has submitted, because with the best will in the world, that's not something that we that's not experience that we have within the service. So quite rightly, I think we need to kind of go and get a sort of another opinion on that. So we've no reason to doubt the conclusions that they gave us for that. So as the report says, we can make exceptions on a case-by-case basis. So that's the direction that we've taken with that one.
Councillor Thompson again.
Yeah, just so thanks for that. So that's more than was in the report, is what I mean. So that's helpful just to sort of get that understanding. So presumably that is, from a process point of view, what we would do as a planning authority when that happens. We've got that option to look at that. So that's the type of procurement exercise we would carry out to get that third party opinion. And just on the existing roof tax side of things, I could probably be safely assuming that the value of that would be less than 128,000. So obviously, if that makes it unviable, then whatever we're talking about for the road infrastructure probably needs to be less than that. Do you know what I mean? By logic, I suppose. But so is there anything we can? Is there a ballpark figure? It's just to get a sense of understanding, because we can quote one figure quite explicitly, but the other one we've got no idea what that amounts to in terms of cost or value. Thank you.
Do you have a response to that?
If I could assist, back in 2006, when we had the original development framework for the site, there was a figure reached per roof, and it was, as Chris says, it was index linked, and that was for the original area. Following on from that, it was re-looked at what the actual works were required, because it was seen that as things had developed, the works in there maybe weren't what we were quite looking for in the future. And there was a second agreement put into place. Now, at that point, it was recognised that the total works contribution was 450,560, and that was for what had already been developed out or had planning permission. They would form the basis of the negotiations going forward, but it is very much still a negotiation going forward as to how much that would be for that area, also looking at what works would be required, because as I said, the original works which were highlighted in 2006 were then re-looked at a few years ago when there was a further application made on, I think it was a change of housing types in it. So it is very much still a negotiation looking at how much would be for this further area.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Campbell, please. Would you want to come back in, Stephen? Sorry.
Sorry, it was just, would it be possible once that negotiation concluded that members are told, like, well, that's what we agreed? Or would that be, once negotiations are passed, just so we've got a sense of best value or whatever the right phrase is, but is that possible?
I take it that's if this application is approved and subject to a request to the appropriate service committee, because it wouldn't be us that have that information to hand. Is that right, Laura?
Once the agreement is in place, it would be registered on a public register, so it would be public information that would be able to report back.
Oh, okay, so we're fine with that. Thanks very much, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Campbell, this time, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm just looking for a wee bit of clarity in the report. I mean, obviously, the SEPA and both our Council Flood Risk Management team originally objected, although SEPA withdrew theirs on the 5th of October, but it took up until about the 6th of March this year for our Council Flood Risk Management team. And looking at the objections, one of the concerns says the infilling of this ditch will cause more flooding. Now, on the original plan, page 31, you can actually see there's a huge big drain that takes all that excess water away from one site and discharges it across the A709 on the other side. And there's 3 access points going across from the original development going into this new development. So that, and we clearly seen it in the pictures, the photographs that we've seen, that it's quite a substantial ditch. So it's just for a bit of clarity, is the ditch remaining, or is it getting infilled, or is it just going to be at the points where the access from the original development going into the new development? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Case officer, please.
I think it's safe to say that the ditch has exercised many of my colleagues for quite some time. So yes, the Council's Flood Risk Management team for a long time objected to this. So you'll appreciate that we lean very heavily on our colleagues in flooding and in roads, and also from SEPA when it comes to things like drainage and flood risk, because it's a complicated situation. So you are right enough. We're at the point where we have no objections to this from flooding and from SEPA, and also the council's roads planning team look at the road drainage as well, because it's all interlinked. So the ditch will be filled in, and it is going to be used to house the road drainage infrastructure, which would ultimately lead into the SUDS as well, and down to the A709. So it's not, so there'll be no areas of open channel left. So the whole thing, as you can see from the site layout, is going to be culverted.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking for assurances that if it is filled in, that the culvert is large enough to take the volume of water, because it's a huge ditch, and I've seen that flooding across the A709 on the other side, where it's meant to dissipate down towards the Annan Road. you know, at the back of where Tesco's is, quite often when it floods there is a risk.
Thank you, and I'm sure the case officer did say that it was colleagues of his that had established that principle, but the case officer?
Yeah, just to say there's been a lot of information, a lot of sort of flooding and drainage sort of reports and modelling has been looked at, you know, by both my colleagues and by SEPA as well. So they are comfortable that there's no issues with that. Otherwise, you know, we wouldn't be where we are just now.
Thanks, Councillor Campbell. Thanks, case officer. Two more registered speakers, Councillor Drysdale and then Councillor Slater. Councillor Drysdale, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the report, Chris. I just wanted to draw your attention to page 42, 4.24 right through to 4.27, Chris, and ask you a couple of questions about that. NPF 4 Policy 21, we talk a lot about National Spatial Strategy, 20-minute neighbourhoods and accessibility for walking, cycling and wheeling. So in NPF Policy 21 in the report, in 4.24 and 4.25, Storey have taken on board, the developers taken on board that, you know, this development will include a play park for children, which I'm all for, but there's no mention of the actual policy, which includes people of all ages. So are you able to give us some detail, or perhaps we could ask the developer, where are the accessible paths for cycling and wheeling? Is there going to be accessibility by the developer for a path to the Lady Park Nature Reserve? And will there be areas, it was just hard to see on the plan and in the report where those areas were going to be, Chris. So just more interest in that. And also finally, Policy 13, we obviously look at walking and cycling and the wider benefits to health. So just a little bit of information on that, because it's very important going forward in all our developments in Dumfries and Galloway to meet our council targets. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Drysdale. Case officer?
There's probably a bit for me and a bit for the applicant with that one, so I'm sure they'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have for that. So yes, the play park is going to be going in. We still need to, I suppose, to bottom out what type of equipment's going to go in there. So there will be a conversation between ourselves and the applicant and my colleagues in the community asset team as well, because that was something that they looked at as well. In terms of the sort of the sort of path network, you can see from the plan we have, you know, there's a lot of linking in between the proposed development and the existing one. Looking sort of beyond that is obviously something that we'll kind of tackle as development moves forward beyond this, where we'll look at links into other parts of development and into the sort of the wildlife area, the sort of the woods and things like that as well. So I don't think from what I can see there's no direct path, but along that private lane that runs up the east of the site is a core path, and you will be able to link that from the development out into there and then onwards into the sort of the woods and the wildlife area there.
Thanks. Are you happy to come back to the applicant's agent, Councillor Drysdale, or even another question?
No, I think I'd be happy to hear from the agent on that one, and obviously request perhaps that fellow councillors might consider conditioning, that we have a bit more, that there's more detail on that going forward, because that's ultimately what we're trying to achieve in all of our communities, and it's nowhere in this report. So sorry to be anal about it, but if there's any way the developer could give us some feedback, that would be great, Chair. Thank you.
No, that's great, Councillor Drysdale, and I'm sure once we've had our debate, when we go into session, you can present it to members if you still think it's appropriate. Councillor Slater, the last speaker for our question for our, it's still questions for our case officer.
Yes, Chris, this piece of land, am I right saying there's a small peat bog there? It goes down at the corner, or am I making a mistake here? It's near Brown Lake Loaning. And it comes onto the Lockerbie Road. There's a small piece of land which is a peat bog, and it obviously collects a lot of carbon. That's what I'm really saying here, if that's the right part. And another question was, how many houses per hectare or acre, is just to confirm how many will be either acre or hectare will be built. Thank you.
That's Councillor Slater. Case officer.
I think the area you're talking about is out with the application site. I think it's further down the road. Brownrigg Loaning's much further along the road, but I think if I was to kind of zoom back to the sort of the kind of contextual slide, you'll see there was an area of green space in there. It's unfortunately it's about the second slide in, but I think somebody's just going back. So yeah, it's the area in green there. We're on about Clumpton Hill as well. So I think that's you can see there's Brownrigg Loaning just at the edge of the site there. So it's beyond that. You have rather put me on the spot about the number of houses per hectare. I think it's 27. I wonder if Adam would know that when it comes time to for them to speak. I think it's 27 per acre. Yeah, you've kind of put me on the spot with that one, but it's something I did know, and it's slipped to the back of my mind. I think it's run about that, but I couldn't quite confirm that, I'm afraid.
I'm sure if you want that information, Councillor Slater, our case officer, Chris, will manage that for you, and it may be something for the next time to say we've been caught in the wrong foot again. So we have no further questions for our case officer. We now move to registered speakers. Oh, Chris, you've got...
Sorry, it's on the map in front of me. So units per hectare is 27, so...
Thank you. Happy with that? Is there music somewhere? No. Okay, so this time we'll move on to registered speakers. We have two objectors and then with the applicant's agent. And folks, I'm sure you'll have gathered already, we have a long agenda in front of us. We've been quite busy so far. So the amount allotted, the time allotted, I will ask you to stick strictly to it, and I will give you 30 minutes notice to draw your presentation to a conclusion. So the first two objectors, there are statements, and Tracy, our governance officer, will read them out.
Thanks, Chair. The first statement is from Craig Nichol, objector. Due to work commitments, I'm submitting this written statement in lieu of being able to attend the Planning Applications Committee, and I have a number of concerns that I would like to be considered during the decision-making process. 1. Even though no planning permission has been granted to date for the temporary storage unit, Storey Homes have established and utilised the space for that purpose since August 2023. This is a blatant disregard for the planning process, and when this has been raised to the Council Planning Department, they have acknowledged the building of the road, development of the ground and raising of fencing, but have not acknowledged this as it proceeding without planning permission. I appreciate that if planning permission was rejected, they would be required to remove this site, but realistically the site is developed and in use, which strengthens their stance as the work has already been done. The planning team should really do more to stop this kind of activity from taking place without permission, especially when it has been raised by numerous neighbouring properties. In my email, there is a photograph showing the site as of the 19th of March, which shows a significant amount of storage. There are work vans and deliveries in and out of the site working every day. In relation to the above and the planning of the storage site, can you advise if there will be any two-storey structures in this space, for example, stacked containers for office or other purposes? And I would strongly object to two-storey units, as these will effectively be semi-permanent structures overlooking neighbouring properties. B. How will the site be secured? A site of this size with materials stored overnight and during public holidays gives cause for concern to the surrounding properties who may be impacted by anyone trying to gain access to the site without permission. C. I note there was, when I looked, a pole with CCTV cameras on it on the site recently. This doesn't appear to be there now, but there was no consultation with neighbouring properties, and these cameras could well have been able to see into gardens and indeed windows of neighbouring properties. I strongly object to this and would ask the planning team to set a condition on Storey Homes to secure the site without invading the privacy of neighbouring properties. 2. Can more detail be provided on what will happen to the rear boundary of existing properties? As part of the planning permission which was granted for the development of my property and the surrounding homes, there were conditions set for landscaping which were never carried out nor enforced. For reference, this was planning application number 15P30432. What assurances can the Council provide that Storey Homes will be held to account for any future conditions set? I purchased my property on the basis that there would always be landscaping to the rear of my property for the life of the development, and as such, no neighbouring garden immediately behind my property. Given that Storey Homes did not carry out this condition, and this was raised to the Council who did not enforce the condition, I would highlight that this may impact the value of my property. Having no garden sharing a fence to the rear of the property could be attractive, and I purchased my property on this basis. The condition was subsequently ignored, and ultimately I am now uncertain of what the plans are for the houses being built to the rear of my property. Will we now share a fence with the neighbouring garden? Will new fences be built given that ours was erected in 2017? I was advised by a Storey Home sales team that the ditch would always be maintained, but the plans now look like they're going to fill the ditch in and have gardens back to back. I know that the subsequent planning application for the phase being discussed today technically supersedes the conditions, but the point stands that this should never have happened, as the conditions should have been met within 3 months of the date of consent, which was February 2016. In conclusion, Storey Homes' consultation with neighbouring property has been incredibly poor. They have not carried out required conditions in the past and have been developed and subsequently commenced use of the storage facility prior to planning permission being granted, which is a blatant disregard for the planning process. Thank you for considering my comments, and I hope at the very least that the committee could enforce some sort of boundary separation to the rear of existing properties, as this should have been in place following the completion of this phase, and can assure neighbours of the security of the site without invading privacy. And the second statement, Chair, is from Alan Rennick, and he's also an objector. And there's also some slides for Mr. Rennick. Good morning. I lived on the east boundary of Summer Park H9, bordering the proposed new development for the past 7 years. My objection to planning application 220174 FUL, erection of 92 dwelling houses in Marchfield, is based on flood risk to my property from excess surface water. Dumfries and Galloway Flood Risk Management Team have upheld their objection numerous times, as provided flood risk assessment from 2018 encompasses wider area, as shown in flows phase 8 to 11 being directed towards ditch that is now proposed to be infilled. The objection has now been removed, as additional information including details of intended drainage ditch have been provided. However, additional information does not deal with the problem, so the issue has not actually been resolved. Post-development overland flow layout plan shows, with the blue arrows, that following development overland flow water escape routes are off-site onto existing properties, H9 site, including my own. BSA pre-development flood routing report shows existing direction of overland flow, red arrows demonstrating the water flowing from both sides into the ditch. So, flow plan shows our garden draining into a ditch, then we become the escape route for excess water when the ditch is infilled. These original reports submitted as part of the Storey application confirm our properties are at risk should the ditch be removed. Both these documents seem to have conveniently been forgotten. Storey reports state that the drainage systems will be managed surface water. The only difference to updated drainage layout plans is that Storey now propose to add a 300mm diameter pipe alongside the western boundary from the A709 to the ditch northwest of the Suds Pond. How does this pipe alleviate flood risk from properties along the boundary? The ditch will be infilled. Pipe will have no influence on excess water from or to our properties, as previously proven. We will be left susceptible to flooding. Storey also confirmed the same risk, and that the ditch was required by fully excavating my garden and others along the boundary to add drainage channels flowing into the ditch. If the ditch is infilled, drainage channels become redundant. How does adding a pipe along the boundary affect our properties unless drainage channels are attached to the pipe? Evidence has already been provided that my garden flooded when the ditch was temporarily infilled. Story actions and our own experiences proves that the ditch is required to remove the risk of flooding. The flood risk management team response mentions following these works, the only waters that are to be present within the proposed culvert will be from a runoff of the A709, which in turn will be added to the Suds stream. Again, I have provided evidence that excess surface water from our properties flows into the ditch. If the ditch is infilled, where does the excess water go? Who will be responsible when we are subjected to flooding in the future? Do we contact Story, the flood risk management team, or planning officers? I will be contacting all three. On top of flood risk, there is also highway safety issues which have not been addressed. For months now, lorries carrying heavy materials have moved along the route, which bypasses near Dumfries High School. Routes are very busy through cars and pedestrians, particularly school children, at certain times of the day. I have personally witnessed JCBs and lorries thundering along the road while children are walking to school. Heavy vehicles are less able to stop quickly in an emergency, and steering can be affected with their heavy loads. The Council Roads Planning Team Leader also had concerns for safety. They requested that the developer provides a comprehensive risk assessment for their operation and works detailing how the safety of the public, vehicle, cycle and pedestrian is to be maintained during the phase of the development. This should be approved by the Council as Road Authority and Police Scotland. To date, no one has been able to confirm the risk assessment has been completed, approved or implemented. Who is ensuring the safety of Summer Park residents? So relied on their application for planning 23053F FUL by stating the proposal did not require new or altered water supply or drainage requirements, yet drainage has been altered without permission. Stories state that they are not proposing to connect to the public water supply. I have evidence in pictures 2, 3 and 4 which prove Story are connecting water and electricity to the site. Story's application letter seeks permission for temporary storage area to store materials. Picture 5 shows water and waste pipes in specific locations, and it appears that Story are planning to move porta cabins to this site, changing the proposed use of the area detailed in the planning request. Their porta cabins at existing site, phase 2, are stacked too high. And that's the 5 minutes, Chair, so I'll stop there.
Thanks very much, Tracy. We now have an agent, Ms McNally, on behalf of the applicant. Ms McNally, you will have 5 minutes to make your presentation. You know, remember, we're going to be asking you a question afterwards anyway, so you can address that at the end of your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And then if you'd be kind enough to wait for members' questions, I'd be grateful. And just whenever you're ready, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Good morning. Okay. So, yeah, Story Homes, Marchfields. This will be our next phase at Marchfields. Of course, we've been on the site for many years, and we wish to remain doing so for many years to come. Of course, this site is allocated under LDP2, site H2. It forms part of a wider allocation of 1,000 units for which we've been working with the council in producing a new master plan. So this scheme will correlate to the wider ambitions of that master plan. So it's the first phase of that master plan. It's for 92 units, and it really is a natural built extension to what is already there. I'd like to think members will appreciate Story Homes and the design that we put into our schemes. You know, that is a key selling point for us, to have good looking house types, attractive landscaping to appeal to our customers. Likewise, of course, modern living standards. Customers do demand running costs to be low. They look for renewables such as solar panels, and these are things which we can provide. So the next phase is a mixture of house types, 2, 3, 4 and 5 bedrooms. It will appeal to a wide range of market housing needs. And what we will do in the early stages of this scheme is provide an attractive road frontage to Lockerbie Road, which is a key road into town. We will have a children's play area, and we will secure those details by condition if we are successful through planning. Amongst other things, we've got linear open space, we've got suds ponds, indeed we've worked with SEPA and the flood team to ensure our drainage scheme is acceptable, that following significant hydrological assessments. Our scheme will provide around 300 jobs to maintain jobs and provide new jobs, and it will be a £21 million investment in the scheme. The houses will, of course, help retain people with skills in the area and attract people with skills to the area. We've talked about the viability. I may be able to expand upon that in questions, but ultimately we've gone through a process in accordance with the planning requirements. It's been independently tested, and the scheme is demonstrated to be unviable with the affordable housing. Indeed, the viability is showing a negative land value. Even with 0% affordable housing, our land value is only 38% of what the benchmark land value would be. So that just gives you an indication of the economic challenges we're facing. So there's been some neighbouring issues there mentioned. I'll quickly touch upon them now if I've got time. The compound that we've got in at the minute is to service our existing development, which is coming to an end. We have had a long-standing planning application in the system, which is still to be determined, but we're still working with officers in that respect. Of course, we want to get this site through and then get a new construction compound to service this site as well. In terms of private drainage, concerned residents there, the ditch to the back of them, that is to be culverted. That ditch at the minute is taking a lot of the field water. It's taking the road water. It is only meant to be a highway drain. The field water will get all diverted to the new Suds Pond, and that will be sized to deal with climate change. In terms of the fencing, we are showing a new boundary fence up against the existing. If we are successful through planning, what we'd like to do is approach residents and see if we can share fences, but that, of course, that does need the cooperation of existing residents. So just in conclusion, Storey Homes is keen to remain on site in Marchfields. We believe we are the only open market house builder in the area. A decision today, a positive decision, will give us confidence to keep building in the area, which is at risk. We very much endorse the committee report from officers and the recommendations, and thank you for listening, Chair.
Thank you very much for being so brief. So we have Councillor Drysdale looking to ask a question, followed by Councillor Barretti.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr McNally, for your report, or your synopsis of what's happening. Could you possibly develop what I'd asked earlier upon with regards to paths and cycleways and more accessibility for health and benefits for adults as well as children? Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate the opportunity, Councillor. So, yes, in terms of the connectivity, we do have path connections from our existing phase, which is H9. You saw a few photographs there. There will be new connections to the Lockerbie Road. That'll be a 3-metre wide ped cycle link. That'll be a much safer road frontage. We will have to remove the trees at the frontage. We've already secured approval from the council to lock them back. We will be planting significant new trees in place, and it will look excellent once we've finished. In terms of other connections, and mindful of the wider master plan, again, we're doing a lot of work, ongoing work with the council to show how we can connect into Summerfield Lane. That is a core path that is intended to be not used by road traffic in the future. That is intended just to be a ped cycle link all the way up, and there'll be new roads going around the top side of Marchfields, linking back towards where Persimmon built.
Content, Pauline? Now, Councillor Barretti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to go back on what I said to the case officer about orientation, which I'm sure the client would have heard, the agent would have heard. Excuse me. In your presentation, when you mentioned solar, and this obviously you mean PV, you said can provide. You didn't say will provide. Now, if as you say, you are going to size the drainage ditch for climate change, and you want to get these houses up to a certain standard, should this not be something that you should be doing directly from the start, and also allowing the design phase to be flexible enough to take into account any technology changes which are going to come and potential add-ons which would raise your standard from, as you say, the silver standard? So are there any reasons why you can't do that straight away? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, happy to further clarify on our proposals here. So, yeah, this application has been in for nearly 2 years, and of course, the building regulations is evolving quickly, and all our houses will be to the latest building regulations. The ones that we're doing show in terms of solar panels, all the panels that you see now on our current phase H4 and 5. You'll see that again on every house in this new phase on H10, 11. There is an orientation point which you made there. Some houses do not have directly south-facing houses. You kind of got to get a balance to meet the constraints of the site and the master plan. Where we are unable to get maximum solar gain, I believe we have to put extra solar panels on alternative elevations to get the necessary standards and the carbon reductions. So there will be, I can assure, there will be solar panels on every house type. Going forward, we will work, towards the requirements, but it is very much time dependent, Chair.
Thanks very much. Content with that, Tony?
To your point, I feel that there isn't enough understanding of the current technology and the pricing pressures that they have now, as opposed to, say, 4 or 5 years' time. I don't share the view that orientation is an obstacle. I think it presents difficulties, yet it presents difficulties in managing the energy going into the house, from 6 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock at night. But I don't see that as an impediment to doing this. But that, if it has a further clarity, Chair, that's fine. But otherwise, I'm happy.
That's great, Councillor Bretty. Thank you very much. Of Councillor Slater, followed by Councillor Stephen Thompson, and then I think we'll go to determination. Councillor Slater, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going back to the drainage ditch. This 300mm pipe, a pipe can only take so much water. There's a maximum amount of water that drain can take. So the ditch, I must admit, will take a lot more water than that. So I know of a place where there's a ditch. It's been naturally filled in over the years, but now the land round about it actually floods. But you can put the drain in, but it can only take so much water. Another point I'd like to say, you're talking about cutting down trees. Are these mature trees you're cutting down? Because we're probably got the lowest amount of deciduous trees in Europe, believe it or not. And once you lose these trees, they say the man who plants a twig will never sit below it in the shade. So really, the ditch to me is very important, because once you put that drain in, if it's not large enough, the area will certainly flood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just in response to the first question on the drain. So just to repeat, the drain is a highway drain. It will just take the water from the Lockerbie Road. At the moment, it's a man-made ditch. It's taking the field drainage as well. Hence, you could see on the picture there was a bit of water in that ditch, but that will not take the same amount of water as what it's seeing now. We've done a lot of work with SEPA, with the Council's flood risk management team, to demonstrate how our scheme will ultimately not create a flood risk to properties, and as such be in accordance with the planning tests. Second point on trees. So yeah, we have approval for the lopping back of trees on the frontage. There are various trees of various standards and quality. Happy for the officer to give further context, but sometimes you do need to clear trees to make a better scheme, and we will have a better scheme as a result of removing these trees. But we will have in place a significant amount of tree planting in our new scheme. If you walk around Marchfields at the minute, you'll see how we do put a lot of attention to detail in our tree planting, tree-lined streets. Some of our competitors don't do that, but you know we want attractive street scenes, so you'll see that again in this next phase, Chair.
Thank you. Thank David.
Now, I still have concerns about mature trees being cut down just to enhance their project as such. Another point that hasn't really been touched on is wastewater and sewage, because the plant has to take more. That's another amount of houses in the area, so that never seems to be discussed about the wastewater from the houses and all the waste that goes from the houses as well to the sewage works. So sewage work can only take so much as well. So can it do that? Thank you.
Well, I take it we would consult with SEPA, and I know that wastewater would be connected into the wastewater treatment plant, but our case officer should be able to tell. That's a straightforward thing when it's in the consultations on page 35 anyway, David. The consultation on wastewater is reported in your papers on page 35. And that's already been addressed. And in any case, on any construction, there are certain requirements that must be met. And one of the things that must be met before we make an approval is how to deal with wastewater, wherever that might terminate in.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. I've got Councillor Stephen Thompson for the last question for the applicant's agent.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so a couple of points. One is actually about the play area. So there's I think one of the conditions alludes to a play area which would be effectively agreed in consultation with the community assets officer who was consulted but didn't provide a response as the report outlines. But is that something that, is the understanding that you or your contractor would then maintain that in perpetuity rather than it being adopted, as is sometimes the case by in some developments? And the second point just relates to boundary fences, which you did sort of touch on, and obviously you've heard the discussion so far. So I'm conscious that the initial, other phases of the development may have had boundary conditions associated with them, which will be, get agreed by condition, presumably. But I think what you're talking about is that kind of negotiation between potential neighbours to sort of come to some kind of a resolution. I'm just sort of wondering, would there be some element of that you would accept that the planning as an authority would want to maybe have a word on if it was counter to something that had already been agreed by condition from a previous development, if that makes sense?
Ms. McNally.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. First point on the play area. So yes, that would be maintained by the residents management company, Managing Factor, in perpetuity. The design of the play area, we have had some provisional comments from the council officer in terms of what they are seeking, some helpful guidance, and our team they've asked for designs from various play space contractors. We're waiting to see what they look like, but it will add to the range of play in the wider Marchfields area that we've provided to date. In terms of the second point on the boundary fencing, so just to go back to the planning application, the proposal is for a new fence. Obviously, we'd prefer not to have a second fence backing straight onto an existing, because it could lead to small little gaps and grass growing in the middle, weeds, things like that. We'd prefer just to have one fence, but that would be dependent on the cooperation and working with our existing residents along that boundary. We've done that on other sites in our region. We've worked with existing residents. Sometimes we're unable to. It's outside of our control, and we have to put in a second fence. But we will, if we do get a minded to approve decision today, we'll start working with residents. We'll issue comms. We'll see what best we can achieve for all parties.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, no, that's helpful, thanks. I think just judging by some of the consultation feedback from existing residents elsewhere, so you wouldn't be able, I suppose, from what you're saying, you wouldn't sort of bulldoze ahead, if you like. It would take the consent of both parties for that shared fence to be put in place, and in the hopefully unlikely event, that you might need a second fence, but that would be, you couldn't impose it on an existing resident. Is that fair?
Yes, that is a fair synopsis of the situation. Yeah, there will likely be a period of a few months if we do get the decision today in terms of finalising the Section 75 agreement. We won't be bulldozing ahead. We'll have time to plan ahead and work with our neighbours, our existing customers, who we do try to provide appropriate customer care. Sometimes we can't always do that, but I would say in the majority of the times we do get excellent feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. If there are no other questions for the applicant's agent, Mr McNally, thanks very much for your patience and your responses to our members. Members are now in session. If there are no direct proposals, have Councillor Drysdale followed by Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask if members would be minded to add an additional condition should we were to proceed today, with regards to no development in respect of this planning permission shall take place unless a scheme detailing with more detail about the walking cycle paths access to Summerfield Marchmont has been submitted and approved in writing by the council, just to get other members' opinions on that. Thanks, Chair.
I'll get David and Tracy to give that some thought whilst Councillor Thompson has his point. You wanted to make a point, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, so just on the fence issue, I'm just conscious that we will have had conditions on the neighbouring development, and it was just to check that what's been said today is completely appropriate, just belt and braces approach, that what might be a civil negotiation, if you like, would still have to comply with any extant sort of planning conditions as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Thompson. We'll certainly not drift into civil matters, but David, can you encapsulate what Councillor Drysdale and Councillor Thompson have suggested?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've no problem with an additional condition about walking and cycling paths if members are minded to have that. That would be fairly straightforward to attach. In terms of the existing fences, I don't have details of any conditions which were in respect of the original fences, but it would have just been along the lines, I would imagine, of fences having to be implemented as shown on the plans prior to the house being occupied. That's sort of fairly standard wording that we would have. With this here, if it is a civil matter, and obviously we don't want to get dragged into that level of detail, but where parties are willing to share a mutual fence, then there'd be no problem with that. In planning terms, if they have to have a fence which is going to be separate, it does, as Mr McNally had said, it does leave a maintenance issue where there's a gap between the two. But if parties would feel happier having their fence and their fence alone, not shared, then it wouldn't really be a planning issue, because aesthetically it's going to look pretty much the same. There would just be an extra line of fence in between. But yeah, I don't think I would wish to stray into conditions about that side of things.
I think Councillor Thompson's acknowledged that, and he's happy with the conversation we've had in the sort of suggestion. Stephen?
Yes, I agree, Chair. I am happy with that. That's fine. And also, just in terms of Councillor Drysdale's proposal, I'm happy to support that as well, as outlined by David as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Thompson. I have two additional speakers. I have Councillor Carruthers, followed by Councillor Barretti. Councillor Carruthers, Ian, please.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly, just been a really interesting debate and conversation here this morning. I've took a lot of points from it in regards to the positive, positive approach that the council, both our officers and our members, are taking. So I'm more than happy to support what's being proposed. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Barretti, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd also like to make a further recommendation, because I think it's not strong enough what the agent said about PV in relation to solar. So I would like to see that each building does have enough solar panels to, and not just on one face, but on numerous faces. It's not a technology issue. It's a question of just working it out. I would like to see something like that captured in the recommendations.
I'll ask Mr. Sutty to help, because what we can't do is place conditions that are neither reasonable nor enforceable. Mr. Sutty?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it was very much in recognition that we don't have precise details of what is proposed, and in recognition of the fact that the site is not on a strict north-south access, that we worded condition 13, which is on page 47 of your report. That's really just looking for additional details of all external methods of promoting sustainability for each dwelling house. So, in other words, every single one of the 92 dwelling houses here would have to show how it was going to address sustainability, and it then goes on to say, e.g., solar panels, air source heat pumps, etc., together with details of their location on each house type within each plot. So I'm satisfied condition 13 would actually capture what Councillor Barretti is looking for.
So
that's helpful, Councillor Barretti, and of course that particular requirement is placed on our case officer or the council to ensure that that takes place.
I'm happy, Chair, with that, as long as our planning officers, case officers have sight. There is one thing I didn't mention, is that the panel design I would like to see all black. And otherwise,
I'm sure both the applicant's agent, and we can't invite him back, but he's acknowledging that he would be comfortable with that. Our case officer also has acknowledged, and I think there was some mention of ducting to be introduced, although that's in a condition anyway, David. So the sort of EV and management of a upcoming means of generating electricity are all being dealt with. So we've had a proposal and a seconder to that effect. I now have Councillor Campbell looking to speak, and then I'm hoping we'll bring this a matter or this agenda item to a conclusion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I'm happy to support the application, and with the addition of Councillor Drysdale condition that you put in. My only concern would be, would the developer be in talks with our active travel officer in, maybe not designing, but where the active travel footpaths and things will be implemented, because we haven't really got sight of any sort of future where that will be at the moment.
Okay, I'm sure again that's something that will be dealt with between the case officer and the developer. But Chris McTeer, our case officer, can you add to what Councillor Campbell has requested?
I think we can probably capture that in the condition that Councillor Drysdale proposed for that one. So yeah, the sort of the active travel element, the path network is fine. Just as a sort of side issue, as part of the RCC, the roads construction consent for these, our colleagues in the road service incorporate active travel as part of that, as well as part of the road safety audit. So that wider procedures will pick up on that one.
With that in mind, Chair, happy to support.
Thanks very much, Councillor Campbell. And I suppose anyone that wants that will have sight of it either on the council internet at some stage, or you'll be able to acquire information on where the travel routes will be. Councillor Slater wants to come back in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just the fact of the ditch and the drain to make sure that it's going to work successfully for the residents. Thank you.
Chris.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the in terms of the drainage that's going into that ditch, again, that kind of forms part of the RCC as well. So if it's roads drainage that's going into that, then that's the requirement for you know, the size, the depth, everything else, that'll be picked up by my colleagues in roads. In terms of the SUDs more widely, again, the information that was submitted in respect of the SUDs and, you know, what's being captured in there just now in terms of the field drainage, that will be picked up and sort of separated into the SUD scheme. So that's the one that sort of SEPA and flood risk management are happy with as well.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, David. Okay, so to go back again, we have a number of members happy to propose that we approve this application subject to the additional condition that Councillor Drysdale requested. Tracy, can you just tell us what that additional condition is, please, and then confirm that members have agreed the application?
Thanks, Chair. The members have agreed to approve the application subject to A, the successful completion of a Section 75 obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision or other such reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and the conditions detailed within the report, with an additional condition that will be worded around further details to be submitted on the walk-in and cycling within the wider development and the active travel.
Thank you very much, members. We move on to agenda item number 6. An application for the erection of a dwelling house with roof-mounted solar panels and installation of an air source heat pump and septic tank and soakaway at Plot 2, the Hen House, Tinrun, Thornhill. It's a full planning permission application, reference number 23/1813/full. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Claire Eckstein. Morning, Claire. Will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. The application is in front of you today because it's an application by a council member, and also there was a formal consultation objection from Tinrun Community Council. So going through the location plan, the site is at the Lodge, Lanhill, near Tinrun. So this just shows an ordnance survey map of Tinrun itself, and it just lies to the south of that. This slide here sets out an aerial photograph of the site, and I've highlighted the various sort of residential properties that are referred to in the report are in the sort of orangey colour, and the watercourses close to the site have also been referred to, and they're in blue. So you've got Shinnell Water to the north of the public road, which is the C119. So this is a block plan of the actual site itself. I've highlighted here in the yellow what was the previously approved entrance to the site site 2, which is the application site. So this proposal now is just using the existing access track that serves the other properties and land hall. And I've also highlighted on this block plan, you can see a sort of L-shaped, just sort of red underneath, and that shows where the previous approval was for the house. So you can see the house has been relocated to that previously approved. And this is just the elevations of the house. This is the same as previously approved on the site, but obviously there's the addition of roof-mounted solar panels and an air source heat pump. And then this is the floor plans, which is exactly the same. You'll note from the report that the large detached garage workshop is no longer included in this proposal. So this is looking at my photograph. So this is looking towards the lodge, North Lodge, which is to the right, and we've got Shinnell Water to the left. And this is panning right from the previous one, so you can see the existing access, and then what they'll do is utilise the existing shared access. So you can see there's a sort of silver truck trailer coming down that access track. And then the previous route access was to the right of the timber fence. The application site itself is just to the right of the trees in the centre of the photograph. And this is looking back down the shared access track with the entrance to the lodge to the right, and then plot 1, which was to the left. And so we've got plot 1 to the right. We've got the fence post in the centre, which obviously marks the boundary of the site. Plot 2, and this is actually looking from the access track. And then this is panning left from the previous photograph, so you can see the trees fronting onto the access track. And then I've got 2 photographs here. This shows the existing watercourse on the southern boundary, which then goes underneath the access track. And then the photograph to the right shows the entrance to Chain Cottage, which is by the blue car. And then this photograph here is just the watercourse, which we saw previously, and that's where it goes coming out at Shane Cottage. And then the photograph on the right-hand side, this is the access track to Lan Hall. So if you imagine the camera position, I've just moved it so 180 degrees, so you can see Tinnerin Cottage and Beechwood Cottage. So we're going back into the site itself. So this is looking across the site towards the lodge and Chain Cottage. And you can see the sort of house foundations that have been formed. And then here is just a close-up of those house foundations which have been poured. So this slide here is just a block plan just to show the finished floor levels noted by the agent in their response to Community Council in paragraph 1.5 of the report, and it's just to sort of help sort of visualise the various site and finished floor levels surrounding the site. And then this is just some slides showing some of the photographs that were submitted by the Community Council in their consultation response. And it relates to a flooding incident that occurred on the 30th of December 2022. So we've got ones that are the surrounding area, and the one to the right is Shane Cottage. And there's just some more here. This is just showing the view of the house plot in December, 30th December 2022. And the annotations relate to the Community Council responses on this. So, as noted in the report, the application was approved under 212280 ARC, and works have commenced to this permission, so we consider it as secured. This application is therefore considered a variation to this, obviously, as I've previously pointed out, the variation to the access position route from the C11N, so it no longer crosses plot 1. The previously approved workshop has now been deleted and the house position has been amended. It is recognised both in the photographs and responses from Tinnerin Community Council and Flood Risk Management team that there is a flood incident on the 30th of December 2022, which impacted on the site. And there was a query as to if the finished floor levels were acceptable, the house were not appropriate. The evidence provided by the agent, which I also showed in the previous slide, indicated that the finished floor level of the house was higher than those houses that were flooded. However, in this case, as part of the assessment, there was a recognition that there is a flood issue, but there's also a lengthy planning history, and the site has secured planning permission, which obviously is a material consideration. In addition to this, the new proposal will and does remove the large garage and access So the development area will be reduced. So some elements of the current proposal that has already been secured are preferable to this. It is therefore considered that recommendation to refuse could not be justified, and it is on balance, a recommendation is therefore to approve, subject to conditions detailed in the report.
Thanks very much, Claire. Any questions for our case officer? Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I think it was round about that consultation or non-consultation with SEPA. Obviously, the last planning permission was 2021, I think, and then there was the flood incident that we're seeing in the pictures in 2022, the end of 2022, which looked to me like it would be something that was probably material in terms of incidents of where flood risk management might be a factor. So I was just sort of wondering, given that, because obviously planning history is all very well, but if the world changes, it sort of means it doesn't really carry as much weight if the world is different. So I'm just sort of wondering, is there any presumption in NPF 4, for example, that says avoidance is the best bet and things are likely to get worse, broadly speaking? So I'm just sort of wondering, is that a consideration, and why would SEPA not have been consulted given that there had been a flood event? Thank you.
Claire?
Well, I've written in the report that SEPA weren't consulted regarding this application, given the historical and extant permissions on the site, and there was no change to the previously agreed finished floor level of the dwelling house. The main risk of this application is access arrangement for the site, and no flood risk assessment was provided.
Okay, maybe David, just to add a wee bit in the back of that, Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I draw members' attention to page 58, paragraph 4.8, which it does clearly recognise that were this a completely new proposal for a dwelling house on a greenfield site, a flood risk assessment based on latest flood information would normally be required to properly assess the impact and any potential mitigation measures required. However, in this case, the applicant's agent has correctly identified the extensive history of planning permission, which actually dates back to 2006, and the finished floor level has already been secured as part of that secure planning permission. So, as Claire said, it is something that we have had a lot of discussion and debate about. In this case, it was considered that the planning history and the secured permission in particular was such, it was a material consideration which overrode the normal presumption in favour of the development plan. And effectively, it's an amendment application to a secured permission. Therefore, it wouldn't have been appropriate for SEPA to be formally consulted and a flood risk assessment to be required, given the secured permission. But we do accept, obviously, the evidence that's been submitted by the Community Council, and that is something which we gave considerable weight to as to whether or not it was justifiable to refuse that permission. But bearing in mind the other application has been secured, could be implemented at any time, and involved a very large garage, really we considered that it wasn't such to merit a refusal, because technically you'd be talking about not just a refusal, you'd have to consider a revocation of an existing secured permission, which I wouldn't really wish to go down that route, to be honest.
Stephen, do you want to come back, Councillor Thompson?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I think, and this is where, when we're talking about variations and amendments, I mean, effectively, I'm looking at this as if it were an application in full, and this, if it were granted, would effectively supersede what had been granted before. That's a simplistic way of looking at it. In the same way as sometimes when we're looking at wind farm applications to change turbine height, there might be extant permission, and then an application comes in, and then if we don't agree, the old permission still stands, as and that's kind of what you're saying here. But that then suggests that were we to look at that application now, we may not have approved it given what we now know. So, and I'm not sure, does the future outweigh the past? But I don't know, these are one of these sort of philosophical things. So I'm just sort of wondering, our own flood risk management team maintained an objection. So I think what weight does that carry? Because obviously they've come back a few times just to maintain that. Thank you.
I have a question for Claire, but I would imagine we'll have a problem simply because of the extant permission that you made a reference to. Case Officer Claire, can you help Stephen with that inquiry, or do you want to lob it into David's patch?
Suitably caught. Yeah, I mean, as I say, it is something which you will notice the two critical words in the recommendation: on balance. There is an objection from the Council Flood Risk Management team. They do not have the same weight as SEPA, who are the statutory consultee. Yes, SEPA weren't consulted about this particular application, we accept that. But we don't have a flood risk assessment, a new flood risk assessment to forward to them, which would be the first thing they'll be looking for. So, I mean, if members have real, very strong concerns about this, then it's in your gift to either refuse this application, acknowledging that there is a secure permission which could be implemented, or to defer this application and formally request a flood risk assessment be made and SEPA be consulted. The reasons why we've recommended it the way we have is set out in the report, but equally it was those two words, on balance. Members can take a different view quite legitimately.
I would be concerned if we defer it and ask for a flood risk management assessment on the basis that there is an existing permission that could be implemented without the requirement for one. Is that right, David?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is exactly the conclusion we came to.
Okay. Stephen, are you content with that at the moment?
Yeah, no, that's fine for just now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Campbell, and I think they'll move to register speakers afterwards.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's basically on the same points Councillor Thompson was raising. I mean, I wouldn't like to go against extant permission. However, what will concern me is the case officer comfortable that the finished floor level would be sufficient enough if there was future flooding in that area? Thanks, Chair.
Case Officer Claire, please.
This is where we're at. We're set at that level. That's what's been approved. It's as David has said, it's an on-balance decision, and we have got this extant permission, which sets the flow level at 109, and that's the history that we have on the site. How somebody chooses to develop it, and take account of it, they may well integrate additional flood risk measures into the construction of the dwelling house, knowing, reflecting maybe the incident that happened in December of 2022.
Thanks very much, Councillor Campbell. Thanks, Claire. And I know these are questions for case officers. We still have the representative to hear, but I've got one more question, I think, from Councillor McFarlane. Question to case officer, and then we'll go to the representatives, and then we'll get ourselves into a session after that. No, we'll know.
Thank you, Chair. Oh.
No, you're fine, Andy. I've just been reminded there's someone else wanting to speak.
Thanks, Chair. It may well be for the case officer, but it may well be for Mr Sutty as well. One of the options that he made mention of there was deferring and perhaps asking for a flood risk assessment from SEPA. And then we've made mention, I know that you've sort of commented that you prefer not to take that route. However, he said that, of course, we would then revert to the existing extant permission that exists. So if SEPA was to come back and comment on the fact that the flood risk was significant, and that had they been consulted, is this as a fresh one that they would not, or they would seriously object, does that mean that the existing one would then come under threat? Or and then I'm just picking up on some of the comments that Claire's mentioned there about the floor height is what the floor height is. But if we know that the risk of it flooding is significantly high, are we approving something, or could we potentially be approving something that we know is going to have flood risks in the future? And what does that say about us as a council? Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. I'll let Claire answer that again, but when I said I wouldn't be happy or comfortable with a flood risk assessment, I didn't quite see what difference it would make to any decision we would make. You've been given images of what's happened in the past, that section of land. You know there are planning permissions in place that someone could implement tomorrow anyway, and you have it in your gift to refuse this application if you want based on information before you. But I'll let Claire deal with your inquiry, and if Councillor Beretti, and then we can go to the objector, and then the applicant's agent is waiting, and it's a case of he'll be able to maybe address some of the points that have been raised by members and questions to our case officer. So Claire, can you just deal with Andy's question, please, Andy McFarlane?
Sorry. Right. In terms of what they're asking for the flood risk assessment, or
I think Councillor McFarlane was asking. Just rehearse your question again, please.
Yeah, what I was saying was David made mention of potentially deferring and getting a SEPA flood risk assessment, but he also said to bear in mind that we already had a planning permission which had been approved. And what I'm saying is if SEPA come back and say that we shouldn't approve this because the flood risk is so significantly high, that would that impact on the original one? But also that Claire made mention that in the original application which has been approved, the floor level is what it is. But if we acknowledge that we've sent it back to SEPA, they come back and say there's significant flood risk, would we then permit the initial application or the initial approval to go ahead, knowing that there's a significant risk of it flooding at some point? And what does that say about us as a council if we do that?
Thanks for rehearsing that, Councillor McFarlane. I've got David Sutty wanting to help you with it.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's probably not fair to ask Claire to answer questions that statements I've made. If you were, as a committee, wanting to defer this, the flood risk assessment is, it's a fairly significant piece of work which has to be done. That would be done by the applicant, not by SEPA. They would have to produce that work, and then it would be submitted to SEPA for their consideration along with the flood risk management team. The situation is we have a valid planning permission which has been secured with a requirement for the finished floor level. Now, even if this current application were to be refused because the situation was considered to have moved on and it was no longer safe, that permission can still be issued, implemented. Sorry, that permission has been secured. We can't really unpick that short of going for a revocation, which I'm fairly certain would be an opposed revocation, has to go to the Scottish ministers, compensations payable, etc., etc. We have to accept that that permission is valid, is there, and it can be done. The house can be built. Now, there's a whole load of issues as to whether it would be sensible to go and build it exactly as shown now, given we know what we know, since that was originally approved. Would you get insurance for it? There's a whole load of issues which maybe make the actual genuine viability of it a different matter, but that's not something which, as a committee, you can consider. But that's really what I wasn't suggesting anything. I'm certainly not advocating that you do defer it. I was just setting out that as an option which is available to yourselves, but it would be the applicant who would have to go and commission a flood risk assessment, and then that would go to SEPA for their consideration. But even if that was refused, you've got this permission which has been granted in the past that can be implemented. That's not a reflection on what the council may or may not do. That's just a fact. The permission exists.
We've got another couple of speakers. If it's going to be about flooding, you might actually want to listen to the objector, listen to what the agent has to say, and you can then still debate the flooding issue when we're in session. So I've got Councillor Beretti, Councillor Crothers and Councillor Stephen Thompson, but we seem to get bogged in questions about flooding, and some of them, that they're repetitive, and we ask members not to repeat what's been said before. Councillor Barretti first, and then Carruthers.
I will take your advice, Chair. I will ask the objector, because it is clearly about the flooding issue. Thank you. I'll just take your advice about that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Barretti. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with yourself. This is not a question that's been asked before, and it can be answered when we get into debate if you want, for the sake of time. It's can't see the exact figures in front of me, but the existing permission, the extant permission, the footprint of the house and garage there in comparison to the proposal, please. We can get that in debate, Chairman, just to speed things up. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers. That's really helpful. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks again, Chair, for letting me in. So I'm mindful that there's a planning history here, but I think I'm really just trying to focus on the application in front of us. And I think it's the NPF 4. If we're considering this now, I think we're accepting, there's a history, and that will remain irrespective of what we decide today. And fair play, that's already been determined. So I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm just sort of trying to say, in terms of NPF 4, and this is really a question for, in terms of the flood risk management teams, when they've come back to say about the avoidance principle, what weight do we give that in considering this application now, in terms of NPF 4 being effectively carrying the weight in terms of what we should be thinking of? Thank you.
David, do you want to help Stephen?
I think I would really just have to go back to what I said earlier in paragraph 4.8 on page 58, that were you considering this afresh? If this was completely new, then we'd be dealing with it differently. Yes, I know history is something which is important in this one, but it's not just a case of a permission. What we're seeing, for example, with, you were making the analogy with wind farms, what we're seeing very often with wind farms is they come back in and they want them larger or longer or whatever, but they never implement them. This one actually has been secured, so there's a difference there that in terms of the weight. In terms of were you considering it afresh, yes, I totally agree. NPF 4 would be basically probably in taking the precautionary principle. But as we've said before, the history is the overriding thing with this one, I'm afraid.
Stephen?
Yeah, very quickly, and sorry to come back in, but I think I am considering this afresh because it's a new application. I think that's the point I'm trying to get to. So I'm not trying to dispute what's already been granted. I'm just saying this is what's in front of us. So it's just really, that's the point I'm trying to get. So I guess we'll have to get into that later, Chair.
And I agree with Stephen, but what our case officer, with Councillor Thompson, what our case officer is saying to us all, and this should be for in session, but she's saying the application now is an improved application to the one that actually exists, because it removes a garage and it removes something else. And the applicant, in theory, in practice, could build anyway, but that's for session. So I'm content that members have had a really good thrashing out of the substance of the report with Claire and with David's support. So we'll go to the representatives and then we'll deal with this again in session, because I'm conscious that Councillor Barretti and Councillor Carruthers have still observations to make that they very kindly deferred until we hear the objector and the applicant's agent. So we have Mary Newbold representing Tinwin Community Council. If you'd like to come forward, Mary, please. And just whenever you get so comfortable and sorted, Mary, you will have 3 minutes to make your representation. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And I'm sure members have questions for you. So if you'd just like to wait after that, I'd be grateful. So whenever you're ready, Mary, thank you.
Well, I'm here obviously to represent Tinwin Community Council. I'm not here in my own right. But I want to say I've lived in Tinwin for 30 years and I'm very proactive in the community. I've helped out at lots of incidents of flooding on that site. And really, the two reasons I want to attend today is one, to explain just how devastating it was, and also what actually caused the flooding, and respond to some of the comments raised by the agent, which the Community Council did write a report on that, but unfortunately it wasn't posted on the Dumgal website. So one of the issues was that that there was a suggestion that the culvert was blocked. So I think I really need to start at basics and explain exactly what happens. What happens is the river rises, the culvert is then below the level of the surface water. So the water can't go down the culvert. It's not because it's blocked. It's just because the water at the end of it is preventing it. And in this particular incident, which is the worst I've ever seen, the river was actually over the road. So when the fire brigade were called, they couldn't even drive to the site, onto the actual site to rescue people. So it was pretty substantial and it was quite scary. But it's not because the culvert's blocked, it's because of the pluvial rainfall coming off a massive area of land behind the site, as well as the rise in the river. And I also would like to correct the fact that the house that's most similar, the plot that's most similar to, in location to plot 2, is in fact Cheney Cottage. It isn't the lodge and it isn't Tinrun Cottage, because Cheney Cottage sits exactly by the burn, which is part of the issue, and slightly close to the river. So that replicates much more what exactly happens. Tinrun Cottage was only mentioned in our report to demonstrate the fact that Tinrun Cottage had flooded before and they built a flood boundary, and this time the flood barrier was well overtopped by the water. So this is definitely the worst flooding incident I've ever seen. And members of the Community Council asked me to also mention that not only on this application, but on the previous application, the applicant indicated that the site was not at risk of flooding. And I suspect that if that hadn't happened, then a steeper flood report would have been asked for, because the site is known to flood. It's flooded ever since I've lived there. And sometimes it's worse than others. And it was the very worst this time, but I'd like to say it's getting exponentially worse, which I think is why in NFP 4, they've added, or SEPA have added a percentage for climate change, thereby recognising.
You've 30 seconds to go.
Okay, and like some of the councillors, I would have considered it as a new application, and that is exactly how we wrote our objection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary. I know Councillor Barretti and Councillor Curlers wanted to make some observations. Do you have questions for the applicant, or the objector, sorry? Or do any members have questions for our objector?
I do, Chair.
Councillor Barretti, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mary. You said that you've lived there for 30 years and that you've witnessed multiple flood events. Now, over those 30 years, I just say back, say 20 years ago, would you have thought 20 years ago that the flooding would have gotten to the stage that you then saw on December of 22?
No, probably 20 years ago, I wouldn't have thought that. Yes, small flooding, not something that would cause the devastation that was caused this time.
Can I also add, if that's okay, Chair, do you think you're able to predict what the flood levels will be in the next 20 years?
I don't think I can. I am a civil engineer to trade, but I think even that's beyond me, actually.
Well said, Mary. Somebody needs a crystal ball to do that kind of thing.
Chair, if it's okay, just in response to that, I think that I know that was a bit of a question that had a bit tongue-in-cheek humour, but SEPA and the Scottish Government have said in many publications that flooding and precipitation levels are going to increase. It's meteorological knowledge. So
yeah, but this is questions for the objectors.
No, I appreciate that, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Barretti. Any other questions for Mary? Okay, thank you for representing Tinrun Community Council. Thank you very much for your presentation. We now have Homer Young with us on Teams. Homer, if you're with us, I'm sure you know the procedure well. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I'll remind you to draw your presentation to conclusion. And I know that some members will definitely have questions for you. So just whenever you're ready, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go just to draw your presentation to conclusion.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. My name's Homer Young and I'm agent for the applicant. The reason for the current application is that it's an amendment to application 21-22-80 ARC, which was approved previously at Planning Committee. The changes include a revised access arrangement, minor repositioning of the house on site, addition of renewables and removal of the proposed garage. Application 21-22-80 ARC has been commenced and the application therefore is held in perpetuity. No changes to the dwelling design are proposed and the previous finished floor level of 109 AOD is maintained. The finished floor level of 109 AOD was set by the Council's flood risk management team within a previous application, of which there have been circa 10 applications all receiving approval dating back to 2006. It's difficult to contest that the site is not susceptible to flooding from time to time. However, some of the reason of the flooding is a blockage of the culvert, which has been subject to lack of maintenance for some time. This causes a debris build-up in the culvert, leading to blockages and overspill into the application site. It's noted that the culvert has recently been cleared by the applicant, which should help matters. During the most recent flooding event in December 2022, flooding occurred in the area as seen in the photographs provided by Tyrone Community Council. It must, however, be stated that the maximum flooding level did not reach the 109 AOD finished floor level, and at its height, the maximum reached some 255 millimetres below that proposed. Item 4.11 of the committee report for the previous application 21-2280 ARC states the agreement of the proposed finished floor level was addressed as part of the planning permission in principle application, and these detailed plans meet the required finished floor level of 109 AOD. And on this basis, the levels are acceptable in accordance with the planning permission in principle. No change to the finished floor level is proposed in the current application, and it remains at 109 AOD. It cannot be argued against that the application site is not susceptible to some flooding from time to time. However, this is not a new matter. This has been the case and noted within application reports dating back to 2006, all which had been approved, including the most recent application at committee back in 2022. A finished floor level of 109 AOD has been set by the Council's flood risk management team, which has proved to be correct as peak flooding levels and recent storm events have not breached this height. The current application is simply an amendment to application 21/2280/ARC for minor revisions.
You have 30 seconds to go, Homer.
Thank you, Chair. None of which affect the dwelling design or the finished floor level previously approved. To reiterate, application 21/2280/ARC has commenced with foundations already being constructed and is therefore held in perpetuity. I'd like to close there, Chair, and welcome any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks for just keeping to the time schedule, Homer. I have offered Councillor Barretti and Councillor Carruthers the opportunity to ask questions, either of you or to raise issues when we're in session. So I'll go to them first. Councillor Barretti. Maybe no in the interim, Councillor Carruthers.
Sorry, Chair. Mic was off. If that's okay.
Yes, I'm sure Councillor Carruthers will defer to you. Carry on, Councillor Barretti.
Yeah, sorry for that. Right, Homer, thank you. You referred to the fact the culvert was cleared by the applicant.
Yeah.
Does that mean to say you're suggesting that over the time that there has been flooding, that these culverts have never been cleared?
There's certainly a suggestion that there's been lack of maintenance over the years, yes. You know, my client's been in and cleared debris from the culvert. There's also been lack of maintenance of the burn that runs along the southern boundary, you know, and with a bit more maintenance, you know, we certainly hope that would alleviate some of the concerns and overspill of the burn onto the site. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Homer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Before I ask Councillor Carruthers to come in, there has been a note placed on the chat function And it relates, I think, more to officers than elected members, but if we speak too rapidly, the BSL interpreters have difficulty relaying that on. So if we could just bear in mind that we have BSL interpreters on our session all the time, and we just control the rate we speak at, that'd be really helpful. Councillor Carruthers, do you have a question for the applicant's agent?
Thank you, Chair. Happy to ask that now. Homer, my question was around the extant permission and the footprint in regards to the house and the garage that's already got the permission in comparison to the proposed application in front of us today. It's trying to get what one's the biggest actual footprint. Thank you.
Yeah, the previous permission had the largest actual footprint. The footprint of the house hasn't changed at all. The position of it has just been repositioned slightly on the site. The application that was under consideration today, the garage has been omitted from that. Therefore, the application, the 21 application, had the largest footprint on site.
Thanks, Homer. Thanks, Chair. That's just what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Homer. It was just a couple of questions around the current application. I mean, obviously, 2022, we saw images earlier on about a flood event, and this application, I think, was from last year. So, I mean, was there a reason why you didn't, or that a sort of flood risk assessment wasn't carried out given the more recent event? Because obviously, you may also have heard today, planning officers are very much saying that there is an on-balance element to this, given the acknowledged flood risk since the initial application, which we're not considering today, obviously, because that's extant. But I was just sort of wondering what your views were in terms of the flood risk assessment that isn't in front of us, and I don't think it was there in the ARC application either, actually, as it happens. But have you any comment on that?
Yeah, quite simply. I mean, we weren't requested to provide one. We were working to the original level of 109 AOD, which was set with the flood risk management team some applications ago. We took cognizance of the photographs submitted by the Tynering Community Council, and I think we proved that that level of 109 AOD set as a finished low level, is above the peak flooding level. So, although we weren't asked to provide a flood risk assessment, therefore we didn't provide one. However, we have provided, in my opinion, adequate justification to prove that finished low level hadn't been breached. So thank you.
Content with that, Stephen? Super. Any other questions for the applicant's agent? In that case, Homer, thank you very much for being with us and for responding to questions. Members are in session. Stephen Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think, bearing in mind, obviously, I tried to ask around the application that's in front of us today, and notwithstanding the sort of the context about what the history's been and the sort of on balance determination, sort of recommendation by officers, I can't in good conscience see any other way forward than actually asking for this to be deferred for the flood risk assessment to be carried out. Otherwise, but by all means, continue with the extant plan application. Had this not come in front of us, it wouldn't have been an issue, if that makes sense, because the extant planning application would just have continued anyway, presumably, and we're not disputing that today. It's just the current application, given what we've seen and given the information in the report, I would ask members to consider a deferral and ask for that, pending that flood risk assessment. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where I was going with my question, so I'd like to second that. Thanks.
Okay. Any other proposals? What did Stephen propose? I have Councillor Carruthers.
Chairman, I can understand where the member's coming from, but for me, it doesn't really what comes back from SEPA or the flood risk management assessment. It wouldn't make any difference to me. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, we definitely, but I mean, I'm minded to approve it to go with the recommendations. It is on balance, it absolutely is. But the crucial thing for me is that there's a couple of things. It's an extant permission already there that could be built out. So if that was to go ahead, actually there's a chance of mitigating some of the effects if that house was to be built by the removal of the garage. So it's coming in a footprint. For me, that's mitigation here that helps me support the validation and support the recommendations within the report. So I'm comfortable to see this being approved today, Chairman, but won't die in a ditch either way. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Thompson.
So it was just, I think if it helps, I mean, ditches are very much of the issue today, I suppose, but it's not about that. It's more about the thing is that there's nothing in the current application other than a kind of on-balance assessment. If anything, had there been a flood risk assessment, we could have had the evidence in front of us to say this is actually materially better and as determined by the relevant body. So other than our own flood risk management team, which I think we've heard that they don't carry as much weight perhaps, but I don't think we can ignore that either. So just on what's in front of us, I think that's what I'm getting to. It's until we have the evidence in front of us from a sort of independent source, I guess, I would be uncomfortable agreeing this, notwithstanding the extant application that's already been permitted. Thank you.
Which is fine, thank you. You've made that point very clear. Councillor Moretti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would go with Councillor Thompson's recommendation. I think also the fact that, as was pointed out by the case officer, the plot next to it is actually up for sale. So there could well be a building put on that at some stage, or there could be a proposal. So, whether or not there was going to be a garage is irrelevant to me because it doesn't impact on the flood volumes. And until someone can actually explain how much water and precipitation is going to come down there for guarantee, I would rather see a SEPA assessment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm still struggling with why you'd want a flood risk management report, but if that's what members want, we don't need an argument about it, Stephen. Mr. Sutty.
I could pretty much tell you what a flood risk assessment's going to say now, that the site is susceptible to flooding. So we know that. It's whether or not members are minded to, can I be clear, you're wanting it deferred for the applicant to commission a flood risk assessment to be produced, and that then has to be subject to consultation with SEPA and the Council's flood risk management team.
And I think, to be fair to the applicant, it would only be asking that if you were minded to approve it subject to a favourable flood risk management outcome, because otherwise you're going to ask them to spend money to come to the same conclusion anyway that you know about today, and you're going to refuse it. I'm really struggling with what the justification is and where we go, the direction of travel once we get it. If we get a flood risk assessment that tells us that the one the applicant commissions says it's okay, are we going to approve that? Because on that basis you could say, well, a flood risk assessment, and provided it's a satisfactory one, would delegate to officers. But you've been advised by our senior planner that it's likely to come back to tell you that there's a risk of flooding. Councillor Thompson.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm not trying to sort of pervert the course of planning process. All I'm trying to do is have the right information in front of us to determine the application that's in front of us today. And I think effectively what I'm saying is I don't think we have that. But what we are hearing is that there's a lot of concerns. There's a lot of reference back to previous extant permissions, which we know will have flood risk issues. And I think that's already happened. What we're looking at today, which we didn't have to, this was a decision to submit an application today to be considered anew, if you like, afresh. So I think we're looking at it afresh. We don't have that information. We know there's a risk. We don't have the SEPA information in front of it. There's no flood risk assessment. So without that information may in turn help determine what would be a safe development and the right levels and all the rest of it. So I think it's on that basis, you know, I'd rather see development go ahead, but as long as it's kind of safe and within the parameters based on information. I think David earlier on in the questions to officers provided a form of words which he kind of rehearsed again there to say, if this is what you mean, you could defer it on this basis, and I think that's really the kind of advice I'm following in that respect, in terms of that form of words. So, I mean, I'm sure in the senior planning manager's experience, it might come back a certain way, but we don't have that in front of us, and I wouldn't want to base this on an assumption like that. Thank you.
It might be the cleanest way to refuse it, and then they tell the applicant what you need before they bring it back. Because if you defer it, you know what the outcome will be. Senior planner's told you what it will be. And then you'll still have a decision to make sometime. I've got Andy McFarlane anxious to speak. He's flashed his hand up a few times. But I'm really worried about what direction of travel we've got with a flood risk assessment. But anyway, Councillor McFarlane.
Chairman, just
thank you, Chair. But I'll give way to
Councillor
Carruthers, who was in first.
Thanks. Oh, is that okay, Chairman?
Yeah, Chair, I was just saying...
Sorry, Ian Carruthers was in first. No, it's fine. I'd scored Ian's out instead of Stephen Thompson's. Councillor Carruthers, I know he had put forward a proposal and then he took his hand and it back up again. So my apologies, Andy. You'll have to sit frustrated a minute or two longer. It's Councillor Carruthers first, then Councillor McFarlane.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me. So, I mean, David ratified what my thoughts were. We know what the outcome is from a flood risk report or flood risk assessment. So, and that's what I'm saying. As far as I'm concerned, this is the better option of the two because it's an extant permission. It will get built out, or if the new permission is permitted, then therefore there's less chance of the level of flood because there's mitigation in regards to that footprint of that garage not being there. So, I would formally move, Chair, that we do approve this today as per the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Listening to the conversations taking place between yourself, Mr Sutty and Councillor Thompson, it really does make me question why it is here at all, and understand why it's here because it's an elected member who's applied. But really, it sounds like a moot point, and it's as if we should actually just be nodding this through, and I'm really not comfortable with that. As I did say earlier in my earlier question, I have some issues in relation to that, and I think if we do go back to the extant permission, then that's a matter for the applicant to deal with. But it might be that they actually have the information which might make them change that plan and raise the floor or do whatever it is that they need to do in order to make this acceptable to us. Thanks.
Okay, sir. I take it Councillor Thompson still wants a flood risk assessment.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I think, as I say, David Sutty had provided effectively a form of words when I'd asked the question during the case officer period of this report, which was like, we could defer this and ask for that information, and I think it was on that basis. I will stand by that position, and then we'll see what comes back. Thank you.
Okay, and Vice Chair Andrew Justy.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we've got a point here where we need to get over do we have enough information today before we actually go to approval of this or to a refusal. So I would be happy to move that we've got enough information today to continue this.
And you're seconding the proposal put forward by Councillor Carruthers?
I think on this stage we need to decide if we've got enough information first before we go on to a decision. Am I right?
That's
only for a site visit. This is different.
We would do that for the local review body, Councillor Justy. At the moment, if I can just summarise, we've had a motion proposed by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor McFarlane, and that's to defer consideration today and to request the applicant to commission a flood risk assessment and then for it to be brought back to a future committee for determination. And I've had an amendment proposed by Councillor Carruthers to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed in the report, but I've yet to have a seconder to that amendment.
I'm happy to second, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Justy. So we've got a motion and we've got an amendment. Can you remind members what the motion amendment is, please? And then we'll go to the vote.
Thanks, Chair. Motion proposed by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor McFarlane, to defer consideration today and request the applicant to commission a flood risk assessment and for it to be brought back to a future committee for determination. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Crothers, seconded by Councillor Giusti, to approve the application subject to the conditions detailed within the report. I'll proceed to the vote. Chair.
Amendment.
Vice Chair.
Amendment.
Councillor Beretti.
Motion.
Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Campbell.
Amendment.
Councillor Crothers.
Amendment.
Councillor Dashper.
Motion.
Councillor Davis.
Amendment.
Oh, she's there.
Councillor Howie.
Amendment.
Yeah, we've lost it.
Councillor Jordan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion.
Councillor Slater.
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Amendment, Councillor Walters, yeah.
Yes, amendment, yeah.
Thank you. So the amendment is carried 10 votes to 4. The application has been approved, subject to the conditions detailed in the report.
Thanks very much, members. It's 1:15. We'll reconvene at 1:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, members, and welcome back. We move on to agenda item number 7. This is a consultation regarding an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 for the proposed erection of a wind farm comprising a total of 60 wind turbines with aviation lighting, including 6 wind turbines with a maximum height of 180 metres to blade tip, 29 wind turbines with a maximum height of 200 metres to blade tip, 2 wind turbines with a maximum height of 225 metres to blade tip, and 23 wind turbines with a maximum height of 250 metres to blade tip, and associated infrastructure, including up to 3 energy storage facilities, access tracks and hard standing areas, temporary construction compound, borrow pits, 3 125 metre high anemometer masts, substation and control buildings and compounds, cabling and associated works, a revised proposal at proposed Scoop Hill Wind Farm site, approximately 5 kilometres south-east of Moffat. This is a Section 36 consultation, reference number 20/1975/S36. Excuse me, and the recommendation is to raise no objection. Case Officer Rob Duncan, will you just take us through your presentation, Robert, please?
Thanks, Chair. I intend to present relevant details of the application to the committees today and the key supporting information before them, summarising the key points in the report and the recommendation and the basis upon which the balanced recommendation was made. Now, before I start to do that, you want to note a couple of mistakes that are in the report. So errata, section 1.16 at pages 70 to 73 should also make reference to the Minigap wind farm, and that appears in later slides. I haven't forgotten about it, it's just an omission there. It's an operational development that comprises of 10 wind turbines, each measuring 125 metres from base to tip, granted permission by the Scottish Government back in 2014 following an appeal against Council's refusal of the planning application. So that should be within the cumulative information. That's a 1.162 and it's not there, so apologies. Beyond that, the last line of paragraph 4.54 on page 160 of the report should say the Drive unit rather than the pastoral SDL unit of the intimate pastoral valleys landscape character type. Now this landscape character type has 3 separate units, and this is shown most clearly on page 108 of the DGW LCS, which is part of the wind farm supplementary guidance in LDP2. Also at 4.62 on page 164, it should also say the Drive unit rather than the pastoral SDL unit. And at 4.64 on page 164, it should also say the Drive unit rather than the SDL Muir unit. So apologies for the confusion there. Otherwise, members should note that there is no change to the guidance contained in these paragraphs, as it applies equally to the various landscape character units of that landscape character type. So although it's an error, it doesn't have any significance and it doesn't change what you've already got in those paragraphs beyond that. So moving now to the slides. If I can move to the second slide, please. This slide shows the application site in the middle of the screen. The application site is situated entirely within the Dumfries and Galloway Council area. You can see from the location plan the proposed revised 60 wind turbine layout now proposed relative to the A74M corridor to the east and south, Dumfries, which is to the southwest, Moffat, which is close by to the northwest, Lockerbie and Langham, which are located to the south. The kind of circular diagrams are the distance contours from the edge of the application site. And we can also see the close proximity to the Scottish Borders Council area to the north and east, and the South Lanarkshire Council boundary to the northwest. The overall development proposal comprises 60 three-bladed horizontal access wind turbines, comprising 6 proposed turbines with a maximum base to tip height of 180 metres. And it's maybe not clear, but these appear as blue circles on the site plan that you've got in front of you. 29 proposed turbines with a maximum base to tip height of 200 metres, which are the red circles on this plan. 2 turbines with a maximum base to tip height of 225 metres, which are shown as green circles on this site plan. And 23 wind turbines with a maximum base to tip height of 250 metres, and they are shown as purple circles on this site plan in front of you. 3 separate meteorological monitoring masts are proposed at locations A, B and C in this plan, which I appreciate will be difficult to see from this distance. The proposed new access tracks are shown by orange lines, with upgraded existing access tracks shown in grey. The green areas show proposed borrow pits in 6 different locations, and the areas shown in blue, pink and orange to the west of the proposed turbines show the location of the proposed substation and control room related construction compound and separate temporary construction compound. The proposal is summarised in the report in front of you at paragraphs 1.4 to 1.7, so that sets out the detail of the revised proposal. Moving on to the proposed battery storage element, this now comprises a single consolidated location within the site next to the proposed substation and control room and access track, which you can see within the area accommodating the proposed temporary construction compound. It's been provided by the applicant that the proposed battery storage facility would have a capacity of 200 megawatts and would comprise of containerised units connected directly into the adjacent proposed substation. The next slide is showing the locations of the 6 proposed wind turbines as blue dots, which would each be 180 metres from base to tip in relation to the other 54 wind turbines proposed, which are shown as yellow dots on this plan. So you can see the 6 that are annotated there. Those are the location of the turbines at 180 metres base to tip. The next slide is showing the proposed location of the 29 proposed wind turbines that would each be 200 metres from base to tip.
Robert, can you just slow it down a wee bit, please, to allow the interpreters to continue interpreting, because it'll be quite a long presentation I understand you're making.
That's fine, Chair. Apologies if I'm going too quickly. This slide is showing the location of 29 proposed wind turbines. Sorry, as red dots, which would each be 200 metres from base to tip. The other 31 wind turbines proposed on this plan are shown as yellow dots, but they're slightly faint against a green background. This slide is showing the location of 2 proposed wind turbines as part of the proposal as green dots, which would each be 225 metres from base to tip. And the next slide is showing the locations of 23 proposed wind turbines as purple dots annotated, which would each be 250 metres from base to tip. And again, the other turbines within the site are shown as faint yellow dots on this slide. Moving now to the cumulative situation, the report considers cumulative wind farm development at 1.6, and the proposed development is shown here by the yellow dots in the middle of the screen that you can see in front of you. Looking at these other developments in turn, from top left and moving clockwise, the RIVEX proposal is presently an undetermined Section 36 application, which the Council has been consulted on and which will come before the Planning Applications Committee in due course, hopefully later this year. Just off the page to the left is the undetermined DAR Section 36 proposal, which the Council formally objected to back in November 2023. Moving clockwise now round to the bottom right of the image that you see in front of you, the red dots on the margin show the location of some of the Fosside proposed development, which was refused by the Scottish Government last December following a public local inquiry. Moving now close to Langholm, you can see the location of the various decisions and proposals relating to Logan Head, Ewe Hill, Hopsrig, Crossdykes and Little Hart Fell, and these are covered in more detail in section 1.6 of the report. There's a fairly complex planning history in that area, it would be fair to say. Moving further east from that, you can see the location of the Newfield proposal, shown by red dots, which was refused planning permission by the Scottish Government following an appeal. Moving now to the eastern side of the river, the western side of the River Annan and the A74M corridor. From south to north, you can see the location of the Hairstains South proposal, which is an undetermined Section 36 application shown as yellow dots. The implemented Hairstains and Minigap wind farms shown as green dots above, and the Hairstains extension proposal shown as red dots above that, which was refused by the Scottish Government following a public local inquiry which took place back in 2015, and that then takes us back to the annotation for Rivelks that you can see in the top left corner of that slide. From the applicant's submitted additional information, this diagram shows cumulative wind farms up to 30 kilometres from the proposal. Again, the circular lines are indicating distance from the edge of the application, with operational wind farms shown in black here and undetermined applications shown in blue at the time this was produced in 2023. From the northwest corner, again going clockwise, these include Clyde and Clyde Extension. I don't know if you can see the numbers, but they are 23 and 17. Glenkerry, Langhope Rig, Crossdykes, Uhill, Craig Extension and Minska and Solway Bank, which are kind of towards the southeast. And then to the southwest, you can see the Hairstains, Minigap and Dalswinton developments, which have been implemented and appear as black dots. Members should note that the Fosside proposal shown in blue on the eastern side of the diagram has now been determined. It appears here as an undetermined case. Whilst none of the proposed turbines, as you can see here, would be located within any part of a regional scenic area, the close proximity of the Moffat Hills Regional Scenic Area can be seen in this diagram, which also shows the location of the Southern Upland Way and the Roman and Reivers route close to the proposal, and those are shown by annotated dash green lines that you can see in the top half of this slide. Again, from the applicant's submitted additional information, this diagram shows the core paths in and around the application site as purple dashed lines, and this includes Southern Upland Way and the Romans and Reivers route. This map shows the landscape character types set out in the DGW LCS, which forms part of the existing LDP2 supplementary guidance on wind energy development. As per 4.54 of the report in front of you, 43 of the proposed turbines would be located within the Eskdale Muir unit of the Southern Uplands with forest landscape character type. So you can see that they are within the centre of the site with the yellow annotation. 15 of the proposed turbines would be located within the Annandale unit of the Foothills landscape character type, which flanks the Dryfe unit of the Intimate Pastoral Valley landscape character type, which would host the remaining 2 turbines that are proposed. So you can see that within the southern part of the site, you've got the 2 parts of the Foothills landscape character type, and then between them, you have that Intimate Pastoral Valley landscape character type designation there. Moving on now again from the applicant's submitted additional information, this diagram shows a proposed turbine type. You can see it's a 3-bladed horizontal access type, and this example shows the 250 metre base to tip proposal. Whilst the other proposed turbine types would differ in terms of size, as has been described in terms of general design and proportions, they would be similar to what you see in front of you here. Again, from the applicant submitted additional information, this diagram shows a proposed turbine base made of reinforced concrete and showing an upstand above the surrounding backfilled ground level. So that's in the top left of this diagram. The right-hand side of this diagram shows the proposed crane hard standing area proposed relative to the turbine foundation. This diagram again is from the applicant submitted additional information. It's showing the proposed indicative temporary construction compound layout. And then we have indicative details of the proposed typical access tracks, which would form part of the proposal. Moving now to the proposed lattice structure anemometer mass, of which 3 are proposed within the site. You can see the diagram with the details of this. Each of these would measure 125 metres at their highest point above ground level. And returning to the topic of the proposed battery units, these would be housed in containerised units measuring 2 metres in width by 3 metres in height and 10 metres in length, as you can see here. This diagram is showing the proposed abnormal loads and construction access route options discussed within the report, and it can be seen that all of these options would take access from the A74M corridor. Again, from the applicant's submitted additional information, this diagram shows predicted operational noise impacts which have been modelled as not significant and which have attracted no objection from the Council's Environmental Health Officer subject to conditions, and this is in relation to the proposed turbine development. There is also a submitted diagram which shows modelled cumulative noise contours relating to the proposed battery energy storage system, and it's showing the nearest residential properties located out with the anticipated 35 dBA noise contour. Moving to the possible effects of shadow flicker, as per section 4.71 of the report, 6 residential properties have been identified as potentially being affected by shadow flicker from the proposed development, and these are listed in table 14.5 within section 14 of volume 1 of the additional information submitted on the 26th of July last year. So the houses are 1 Craigbeck Hope, 3 Kilburn, 8 Laverhay, 9 Laverhay Farm, 10 Crowgill and 11 Milne. This assessment has been based upon modelling, which shows that none of these properties identified would experience shadow flicker more than 10 minutes in any day, so for a maximum of 60 hours, 45 minutes over the course of a year, which is considered to be acceptable. This is now looking at a submitted ZTV diagram. It shows visibility to turbine tip height for the Scoop Hill proposal only. So this shows theoretical visibility based on a bare earth wireline analysis. So that doesn't include buildings or vegetation. So the areas that appear in lilac in front of you are where theoretical visibility of 49 to 60 turbines would occur. And it can be seen that this would be mainly to the west, southwest, south, southeast and east of the proposed development. The blue areas are where theoretical visibility of 37 to 48 turbines would occur. The areas shown in yellow and orange are theoretical visibility of 1 to 24 turbines, and that includes Moffat, as you can see. The areas appearing in white are where there would be no theoretical visibility of the proposed wind farm. And when we're talking about theoretical visibility to turbine tip height, we're talking about any part of that turbine, even if it's just a blade tip. So turning now to the specific landscape and visual impact assessment viewpoints, these can be seen here in connection with the zones where various turbines would be variously theoretically visible up to hub height. The yellow colour here indicates where up to 12 turbines would be theoretically visible, in part to hub height, orange 13 to 24, green 25 to 36, blue 37 to 48, and lilac 49 to 60. Within the report at pages 95 to 103, the Council's landscape architect, in her response of the 1st of March this year, has provided comments on each of these viewpoints, with the exception of 22. Now, I'm not going to provide this commentary when I go through the viewpoint slides to duplicate this because of the length of time that would take, but members might want to have those comments open in front of them as we go through these viewpoints. So there's now going to follow a series of slides relating to the 22 viewpoints, which may take time, but I think it's important that members see all of this information before making a decision. So the first of these, it's the location of viewpoint 1, and I've put a superimposed red dot in this. Viewpoint 1 is situated on the Southern Uplands Way near Gateshaw Rig, and it's 1.8 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. This view is looking south from that viewpoint on a bearing of 173 degrees. It's 1.8 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, And the proposal is shown by the red turbines in this Y-line diagram beneath the picture. And that's taken from the submitted additional information. So this is the viewpoint 1 from the Southern Uplands Way. Next slide is showing a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint and the counterpart photo montage with the turbines modelled on top of this. And we can come back to any of these viewpoints at any point during the discussion, Chair, if that would help. Viewpoint 2 is situated on the Romans and Reivers route. It's to the north of the proposed development and it's 900 metres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. This view is looking south-southwest in a bearing of 200 degrees and you're 900 metres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. The proposal again is shown by the red turbines in this Y-line diagram and that's taken from the submitted additional information. Next slide is a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint, viewpoint 2, looking south. And this is in a bearing of 170 degrees. And then you've got the counterpart Y-line. Sorry, the counterpart photo montage, I should say, of the Y-line. The other part of the first image you saw, this is again from viewpoint 2. This is looking more southwest. It's on a bearing of 223.5 degrees. And there's the counterpart photo montage from that viewpoint. Viewpoint 3 is from Sandyford to the southeast of the proposed development, and this viewpoint is 2.6 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view, it's looking northwest, it's on a bearing of 315 degrees, it's 2.6 kilometres from the nearest proposed turbine. It may be hard to see in this diagram, but you've got 2 blade tips theoretically visible from here. But when you look at the picture, presently coniferous trees obscure any visibility of them from this location. Viewpoint 4 is situated at Waterhead of Drife. It's to the southeast of the proposed development, as you can see here, and it's 1.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, so again quite close. And this view is looking northwest in a bearing of 317 degrees. You're 1.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine here. And again, the proposal is shown by the red turbines in this Y-line diagram, which is taken from the submitted additional information. This is a more focused Y-line from viewpoint 4, looking northwest in a bearing of 305 degrees. So there is theoretical visibility of turbines from this location. But as you can see from the counterpart photo montage, at present the trees obscure a lot of what is theoretically visible at this location. Viewpoint 5 is situated at Range Castle Hill to the south of the proposed development, and this is at a distance of 1.9 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking northwest on a bearing of 310 degrees. Again, you're 1.9 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, and the proposal shown by the red turbines that you can see here taken from the submitted additional information. This is a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint, viewpoint 5, looking northwest on a bearing of 303.5 degrees. And you've got the counterpart photo montage there. Panning right from the previous view, this is looking from the same viewpoint, it's looking north on a bearing of 357 degrees. And you've got the counterpart photo montage shown there. Viewpoint 6 is situated at Borland Church. It's to the south of the proposed development and it's 4.4 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And this view is looking north on a bearing of 3 degrees, 4.4 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And again, proposal shown by the red turbines in the bottom half here on the Y-line. This is a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint, looking northwest in a bearing of 337.5 degrees. And the counterpart photo montage. And turbines, as you can see, would be visible on the horizon. So it's a bit white on white in the photo montage, unfortunately. Panning right from the previous view, this is looking from the same viewpoint. It's looking northeast in a bearing of 31 degrees. And again, you've got the counterpart photo montage here. Viewpoint 7 is Annandale Water Services on the A74M corridor to the southwest of the proposed development. And this viewpoint is 5.8 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking northeast in a bearing of 48 degrees. It's the same distance, 5.8 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And the proposed turbines you can see here is red, again on the horizon. So this is a more focused wireline from the same viewpoint, looking northeast on a bearing of 22.5 degrees. And the counterpart photo montage is shown here. Panning right from the previous view, this is looking from the same viewpoint. It's looking more to the east now on a bearing of 76 degrees. And you've got the counterpart photo montage there showing the proposed turbines. Viewpoint 8 is located on the Southern Upland Way. It's near Beatick Hill to the west of the proposed development, and it's at a distance of 7.4 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking east in a bearing of 105.5 degrees, 7.4 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, with the proposed turbine shown in red. Again, you can see the location of them in the skyline here at the bottom, kind of wireline half of this diagram. This is a more focused wireline. It's the same viewpoint and it's looking east on the same bearing. So it's just a bit more zoomed in. And then you've got the counterpart photo montage shown here. Viewpoint 9 is situated on Moffat High Street, which is to the northwest of the proposed development. And it's at 6.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking southeast. It's on a bearing of 128 degrees, 6.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, and the proposal is shown on the bottom part of this diagram by the red turbines. This shows a more focused wireline from the same viewpoint, looking southeast in a bearing of 128 degrees. This is a theoretical view without the influence of any trees and buildings. From left to right, the visible turbine hubs that you see here would be at proposed turbines 15, 11, 12 and 39. In terms of size, proposed turbines 15 and 11 would be 180 metres from base to tip, and proposed turbines 12 and 39 would be 200 metres from base to tip. And the counterpart photo montage appears here. You'll note, obviously, because of the presence of buildings and trees, you're looking at something that's quite different from the wireline diagram, which is theoretical visibility. Viewpoint 10 is situated on the A701, just as you come into Moffat at its northern edge. And again, this is to the northwest of the proposed development. It's at a distance of 7 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking southeast in a bearing of 128 degrees towards the nearest proposed wind turbine at 7 kilometres. The proposal is shown by the red turbines in this wireline diagram, as is standard. And your next view is showing a more focused wireline from the same viewpoint. From left to right, the visible turbine hubs would be at proposed turbines 17, 15, 11, 12, 39 and 42. In terms of size, again, proposed turbines 15 and 11 would be 180 metres, and the other 4 turbines proposed that you would see at this location, or where the hubs would be visible rather, the other 4 would all be from 200 metres from base to tip. And that shows the counterpart photo montage. Again, it's not massively clear because you've got an almost white on white effect with the background here because they're skylined. Nighttime visualisation has been provided. This is showing intended aviation lighting at 2000 candelas, which is the more intense of 2 options which the lighting schemes have. And they would be used when conditions were not particularly visible, if you like. The meteorological conditions wouldn't be clear enough to justify the lower intensity setting of 200 candelas, as I understand it. So this is very much your worst case scenario in terms of what you would see. The most visible lights in this photo montage are from left to right. Those proposed at turbines 17, you might just see the red dot slightly behind the tree that's silhouetted on the left-hand side. 15 and 11 more in the middle of this slide, and on 42, which is on the far right-hand side of this slide, again near to the tree. Those are the most obvious ones. There's another photo montage being provided. This is at the same location, same direction, but this is showing the reduced proposed light intensity aviation lighting of 200 candelas. And that would be intended when meteorological conditions are clear within 5 kilometres of the proposed turbines, so a lesser intensity is justified. Moving back to the viewpoints, this is now viewpoint 11. It's on the A701 to the north of Moffat as you climb up to the beef tub. Again, it's to the northwest of the proposed development, and it's 10 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking southeast in a bearing of 135.5 degrees, 10 kilometres away, and the proposal shown by the red turbines you can see in the wireline on the bottom. Again, very much a kind of skyline type view of the proposal as you see it above the edge of that valley. This shows a more focused wireline from the same viewpoint, is looking in the same direction. And members should note that the original proposal, which I don't have visualisations of here, had more turbines proposed being what is between what you see now and the viewpoint as well. So it's kind of recessed, if you like, into the distance slightly as a result of the changes that have occurred. And this is the counterpart photo montage, again showing the proposed turbines on the skyline from this location. Viewpoint 12 is further up the A701 to the north of Moffat, closer to the Devil's Beef Tub, again to the northwest of the proposed development, but you're looking at a distance of 12.7 kilometres now from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And this view is looking southeast, bearing of 153 degrees. As I've said, nearest proposed wind turbine, 12.7 kilometres, and you can see in the bottom half of this, you can see that it's maybe not massively clear, but the red turbines are on the kind of skyline there over the edge of the valley. This is a more focused wireline from same viewpoint looking southeast, but this time in a bearing of 144 degrees, and the counterpart photo montage. Viewpoint 13, we are slightly over halfway with the viewpoints, you might be glad to hear, but we'll get there. Viewpoint 13 is situated on the summit of Ettrick Pen, which is to the northeast of the proposed development and on the boundary with the Scottish Borders Council area. It's 5.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And this view is looking southwest in a bearing of 203.5 degrees, 5.3 kilometres from nearest proposed wind turbine, and you can see the proposed turbine shown in red on that wireline diagram in the bottom half of this image. And this is a more focused wireline diagram from the same viewpoint looking in the same direction, and the counterpart photo montage. Moving now to viewpoint 14, this is situated on the B709. It's to the north of Estilemuir and to the northeast of the proposed development. It's 7.6 kilometres away from the nearest proposed wind turbine, and this view is looking southwest on a bearing of 225 degrees. Proposal again shown by the red turbines in the wireline diagram in the bottom half there. And this is a more focused wireline diagram from the same viewpoint looking in the same direction. And the counterpart photo montage, again the proposed turbines appear in the skyline from this location, so they're not readily visible. Viewpoint 15, situated at Castleower Hillfort to the southeast of the proposed development, and it's 5.9 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And this view is looking northwest in a bearing of 305.5 degrees. Proposal shown by red turbines in the wireline diagram, and this is a more focused wireline from the same viewpoint looking in the same direction, and the counterpart photo montage. So the turbines would be beyond the kind of ridge, a forested ridge that you see in the middle ground there. Viewpoint 16, situated at Corrie Common to the south of the proposed development. It's 9.4 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. So this view is looking north-northwest in a bearing of 342 degrees. You're 9.4 kilometres from nearest proposed wind turbine here, and proposals shown by the red turbines. That this is on the public road that descends from here down to Borland itself, and the Hairstains and Minigap wind farm can be seen on the left of this image, just in the kind of middle distance there. This is showing a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint, looking in the same direction. And you've got the counterpart photo montage here, more visible because there is an element of backclothing, from this location and given the altitude of the viewpoint. Viewpoint 17 is situated at Burns Walk, Hillfort, to the south of the proposed development, and it's 16.6 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbines, so fairly distant. And this view is looking north on a bearing of 354.5 degrees, 16.6 kilometres from nearest proposed wind turbine, and again you can see the Hairstrains and Minigap wind farm on the left-hand side of the photograph. The more focused Y-line is this one, same viewpoint, looking in the same direction, and this is a counterpart photo montage, so you can see the proposed turbines there in the distance in the middle of the image. Viewpoint 18 is situated on the A709 near Lockerbie Creamery to the south of the proposed development at a distance of 15.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And this view is looking north-northeast on a bearing of 21 degrees. It's 15.3 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine, and again you can see the red turbines in the bottom half showing the proposed development. More focused Y-line again, looking in the same direction from the same viewpoint, and the counterpart photo montage appears here. Viewpoint 19 is situated on the B7020 to the north of Lochmaben and to the southwest of the proposed development at a distance of 13.1 kilometres. And this is a view looking north-northeast on a bearing of 30.5 degrees. There's a more focused Y-line here from viewpoint 19, looking in the same direction, and the counterpart photo montage, where the turbines you can see are partly obscured by the trees and the hedging that you can see. Viewpoint 20 is situated on the summit of Queensbury. It's to the west of the proposed development, and it's 14.8 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. This view is looking due east in a bearing of 90 degrees, and the same distance away, and you're looking at the proposal shown as red turbines in the middle of this diagram. The black turbines in the foreground that you can see here, primarily at the bottom of the slide on the right-hand side, they relate to the Hairstrains and Minigap implemented development. The blue turbines, if you can pick them out behind the proposal at this location, relate to the Teviot and Forsyth proposals, and I've already discussed the Forsyth proposal that was refused following a PLI. This is a more detailed Y-line from the same viewpoint, summit of Queensbury. It's looking east on a bearing of 92 degrees, so slightly different. And then you've got the counterpart photo montage here, showing the proposed turbines in the distance. Penultimate viewpoint today is from the summit of Hartfell. It's to the north-northwest of the proposed development, and it's 11.6 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. And this view that you see here is looking south-southeast in a bearing of 163.5 degrees. And you might make out on the bottom Y-line diagram the red turbines which show the proposal. And this is a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint, looking in the same direction, and the counterpart photo montage. There's also a nighttime visualization, which you can see here from the same viewpoint, showing intended aviation lighting, and this is at an intensity of 2,000 candelas. And another photo montage, same location, same direction. This is showing the same lighting proposal, but at an intensity of 200 candelas, which is intended when meteorological conditions are clear within 5 kilometres of the proposed wind turbines. So final viewpoint now, situated at the Malcolm Monument above Langham and to the southeast of the proposed development. And this is 21.9 kilometres from the nearest proposed wind turbine. This view is looking northwest at a bearing of 303 degrees. And the proposal is shown as the red turbines in this Y-line diagram broadly in the centre, so that's quite a distant feature here. The ones you can see more prominently in the foreground relate to Craig and Craig Extension. And this is a more focused Y-line from the same viewpoint, same direction, and the counterpart photo montage. The final diagram I'm going to show to you this afternoon is showing the revised aviation lighting proposals. It's proposed that the proposed turbines marked in red would have 2,000 candela visible red aviation lighting and infrared lighting installed on their nacelles, which is the part of the turbine that the rotor blades are attached to, is possibly the best non-technical description I could give you. Just where the hub attaches to it, basically. The proposed turbines marked in green would have infrared lighting only installed, and all the other proposed turbines shown in blue in this diagram would have no aviation lighting. Again, there is that de-intensification of the lighting in clear meteorological conditions where you would only need to have a 200 candela intensity of lighting, so that would mitigate it. So turning to the report, I'm not going to read it out, but I've tried to summarise the proposal in paragraphs 4.87 and 4.93 of that report, and my conclusions are really set out at 4.92 and 4.93. You can see, I mean, taking all things into consideration in the kind of policy context just now, I think if I can just read out 4.92, in conclusion, the following matters are considered to be key in weighing this proposal against the terms of the development plan as it presently stands, and that's obviously including MPF 4. This is a very large renewable energy proposal. It's located mainly, as you've seen, in the only part of the region explicitly identified within LDP2 as having capacity and landscape terms for the very large wind turbine type in principle. It is a large proposal, and as a result, the potential socio-economic and environmental benefits of the proposal are considered to be significant and positive. The proposal has been significantly amended to address many of the points of objection of the Council's landscape architect that she identified with her original consultation response, such that she has raised no overall objection to the proposal now. There is scope, as you can see within the report, for further mitigation of adverse aviation lighting impact by virtue of suitably worded planning conditions, as well as scope for practical mitigation to take place on the ground as part of the proposal. So in conclusion, whilst it is recognised that some adverse and significant impacts would still arise as a result of this proposal, which is clear in the report, it is considered that in the balance of considerations, these are mainly localised and have or will be the subject of mitigation, such that when a balanced and holistic assessment is made of the proposal against the terms of the whole development plan as is advocated within MPF 4, the conclusion I've reached is that the Council should support this proposal and raise no objection to the proposed development in its consultation response to the Scottish Ministers. And I'm quite happy to answer any questions arising, Chair.
Thanks very much, Robert. So we have had a lengthy presentation from Robert with countless slides. Do members have any questions? David Slater, please. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you for your report, Robert. Now, a lot of your slides show with the landscape, but a lot of them have trees in front of them. These trees will eventually be cut down and become visible to all. Also, at certain times of the day, you sometimes can't see the turbines. Depends when you take your photographs. Sometimes they're visible, except the ones up in the hills there. Sometimes you look across the hill and you can't see them. Another point is what they call blade flicker and how that may affect some people. There's a number of issues as well. Obviously, there's 3 busy airports in that area. I know they're flying about 8,000 feet or 5,000 feet at that point, but also like dark skies at night. And lastly, I can understand why people do raise issues, because people come to Scotland to see the views, and it kind of appears that we're end up coming to Scotland to see the turbines. Thank you.
These observations or questions, David? They're both. Robert, can you help David with the points he's making, please?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I mean, the information that was presented, the viewpoint information, did show 2 types of information. One was a wireline diagram, which is modelled electronically, and that doesn't include buildings and it doesn't include vegetation, so it is, if you like, the bare earth model that you're looking at there. So in some of these viewpoints, you could see that those turbines would have been visible. But when you looked at the reality of the situation, such as Moffat High Street, which had buildings there and some trees, some of the turbines were obscured. But you're quite right. I mean, in certain locations here, there's forestry plantation. And, you know, in the fullness of time, I'm sure that will be felled and replanted and regrown. But things will change, you know, in terms of landscape cover and buildings and so on, which is part of the advantage of the wireline visualisation, because it shows you what it might look like in future years once that happens. So you can't assume that those trees are going to be there forever, certainly not. With shadow flicker, that is covered within the report at 4.71, so that's in pages 165 to 166. That's something that developers considered carefully and which I've commented on in the report. It doesn't appear that there is a significant issue there. It seems to be a marginal issue and one that isn't causing significant concern. With aviation safety, the Council are acting as a consultee to the Scottish Government here. The Scottish Government are dealing with the application under Section 36 of the Electricity Act. There are many consultees in relation to this proposal, one of which is the Council, one of which is the Civil Aviation Authority and NATS as well. So they will have consulted these bodies separately, and the consultees then feed into the process. It would be like myself dealing with a planning application, consulting a roads engineer, consulting SEPA. We have to then, you know, feed back to the Scottish Government, who then decide what the eventual decision will be. So they consult these bodies separately. So the aviation is primarily covered by that issue, by that process, if you like.
Could I just come back on one point?
Certainly.
To put it into perspective, a football pitch is roughly 100 yards or 90 metres in length. So you're talking about turbines here, what, 2.5 football pitches in length and height, I should say. Am I right saying that, Robert? About 2.5 times. Football pitch is roughly 100 yards or 90 metres. So these turbines are, what now, 250 metres. That's 2.5 football pitches really in height. That's just an observation I'd like to say. Thank you.
Fine, thank you. I have Councillor Stephen Thompson, Councillor Keith Walters. Stephen, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. Obviously, there's quite a lot in this, but just in terms of a couple of points, but in terms of the lighting, so there's I haven't rehearsed all the turbine numbers off by heart, but I think 11 and 15 particularly in relation to Moffat, which is a dark sky place, I think. You know, they seem to have cropped up quite a lot in terms of prominence, even with the sort of amended submission. But in terms of the lighting there, they're listed as one of the ones that would have the 200 or 2000 candela light and the infrared at the sort of periphery of the development. What mitigation could be there in order to sort of minimise that? That's just a question on the lighting. So I'm just sort of wondering, is it the ones on the outside basically that would have the candela lighting as opposed to just the infrared? And how would you get around that? And secondly, I mean, clearly it's a significant development, and you can't really develop anything without some impact. But I think is there scope to recommend, either through condition or otherwise, and I'm sure the answer is no, to say, well, this would be fine if these were taken out, because these have the most impact? Because I think obviously we're considering the application in front of us, which is better than the one that was first forward in terms of its impact, but it's not to say it still doesn't have a significant impact, as is outlined in the table from the various viewpoints. And I think one of the issues is the communities most affected might be small in terms of number, but they're significant in terms of their the local place and the character of the place, which our own wind assessment for the sort of landscape would have said. So I'm just sort of, I suppose I'm saying, what can we change? And the final thing would be just on the paths and mitigations that one of our officers had in terms of like potential to sort of have access routes and things. But I don't know where that's an observation. I'm not sure if that's captured as a condition or a suggestion, and how would we bottom that out if we're going to improve access routes and accessible paths, etc. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Case Officer Robert.
Thanks, Chair. The aviation lighting is something that the Council's landscape architect has given a lot of time to. You can see that in the relevant part of the report, and I've tried to kind of pull it together myself in paragraphs 4.84 to 4.86. So that's pages 169 to 170. When you go back to the visualisations of the aviation lighting, the viewpoint, I think it was viewpoint 9 from Moffat High Street, when you're looking towards the horizon there, you do have those two prominent aviation lights. Now, if you're talking about wind turbines and aviation lighting, my understanding is that if any part of it is over 150 metres from base to tip, you have to have Civil Aviation Authority specification lighting on your turbines, and that's a safety feature. It also means that at night time you've got something that's going to be visible from various receptors. The concern, particularly from Moffat, was Moffat's obviously a dark sky town, and when I looked at that, there was a concern because, okay, you can only see 4 lights, but you can see the 4 lights. And then it occurred to me from a previous PLI, the one at Windy Standard 3, that there was talk of shielding aviation lights from a lower elevation. And it seemed to be in this case, there was an obvious opportunity because Moffat is at a lower elevation to all of the nacelles proposed to house visible lights at this location, that you could put some kind of screening on it, which is what the Windy Standard 3 PLI report advocates. And it may not completely eliminate any trace of lighting, but I'm fairly convinced if that was implemented, it would substantially reduce it. So that's been put within our report. That's part of the recommended consultation response to the Scottish Government. So hopefully they will see that and take it forward if that's the outcome of the decision today. Conditions removing further turbines, there was a case near Sanka that I dealt with, which went back to committee, I think it was August 2007 at Whiteside Hill, where they had proposed 14 wind turbines and we only gave permission for 11, and 3 of those turbines were removed by condition, and that was agreed with the applicant, and it was considered that by imposing those conditions it wasn't tantamount to a refusal of the application by virtue of the fact it was only 3 out of 14. So I think it would be possible. I mean, I'm no solicitor. It might be a good idea to get advice from the council's solicitor here today. But if you were talking about recommending that 1 or 2 be removed by condition out of 60, I don't think proportionately that's tantamount to a refusal. That could be seen as a reasonable amendment to the proposal. But if you're so minded, that could certainly be part of the consultation response to the Scottish Government. So something along the lines of, we don't object to the proposal apart from turbines X and Y, or something like that. I think it's a matter of kind of scale and proportion, how many turbines you're looking at. But I don't think if it was, like I say, 1 or 2, I don't think that would be tantamount to a refusal of the overall application. And the other point was...
Yeah, so I think about, again, I suppose countryside access officer and about the bit about path network. We might need quite a lot of letters of the alphabet, I'm thinking. Anyway, that's a separate thing.
Right, yeah, I mean, that's something, again, the council's landscape architect has looked into that. I did get the finalised response quite late in the day. That came to in the first of this month. So I didn't really have time to investigate that further. I think the idea is that in terms of NPF4, developers are expected to maximise their offer to local communities and try and maximise biodiversity enhancements and so on and so forth. So the suggestions might be good. It's a wee bit scattergun, I accept what's been put in. It's quite a long list, but it's suggesting that there is something there that could be done. So, when the Scottish Government receive a consultation response, they get the report too. So the idea was that that would be picked up, hopefully within the actual body of the report accompanying the consultation response. But it's not really been advanced any further than what you see in front of you in the Council's Landscape Architect consultation response.
Thanks very much, Robert. Thanks very much, Stephen. We have Councillor Keith Walters and Councillor Tony Barretti. Keith, please.
I'll just ask a couple of... thanks for the presentation. It was really good to go through all the potential viewpoints. Just a couple of clarifications. On page 171, the part that you highlighted, point 3 about the council's landscape architect. So is that is that the council's landscape architect after they had gone through the viewpoints and noted all the significant visual effects? The writing in the report that you've given us, is that their comments or your comments, or is that something that's built into what they've said? And the second question is, how are the viewpoints chosen? Because the viewpoint, say for instance in the Moffat one, it obviously makes quite a difference if you're standing right in the middle of Moffat and the buildings are obscuring the view, or if you're standing at one end of the high street or the other end of the high street. So just those two sort of clarifications. Thanks.
Thanks, Keith. Case officer.
Thanks, Chair. Just to clarify, the Council's landscape architect response of the 1st of March this year appears in your papers at 2.2, so that's on page 73. So that was in relation to the proposal as it's been amended. Also at 2.2, it's buried a bit deeper in the report, but at 2.2b, you've got the Council's landscape architect's response to the original proposal before it was amended. So both of those are there. The landscape recommendation she has arrived at is on page 75. It's 1.1.1 within the report. So that gives her overall recommendation. And she considers it quite carefully. She goes through all of the viewpoints in that table that I'd mentioned beforehand during the presentation. The viewpoints are chosen usually in conjunction with the applicant. The applicant will come and seek a scoping opinion from the council, and then we try and involve our landscape architect, who will advise of what she feels are suitable viewpoints to best demonstrate the proposal. And that's done from looking at the ZTV. You've got to understand where theoretically you're going to see it from, and then try and pick representative viewpoints. You try and capture receptors that are quite sensitive or significant. So there might be archaeological sites, listed buildings, centres of villages. You've seen several like that they might be on recreational routes. They might be on the tops of mountains and hills, things like that. So it is an iterative process, which our landscape architect usually gets involved in.
Thanks, Keith. Councillor Baretti, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like a little bit of clarification, possibly I may also even be able to help a little bit. Is it okay if I mention to the Chair that I am an astronomer when I'm not doing council work? Now, the difference between aviation and lighting for dark skies. For a start, if Robert would confirm this, the lighting for the dark skies is red for a very particular reason, and that is so that it doesn't, in fact, have scatter impacts on water molecules close to a wind farm. Aviation lighting is there really to signify components of ground structures that aviation will see from maybe, say, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 feet. They're not expected to be flying down at that height. But from my point of view, and as an astronomer, I would not be pointing a telescope at the ground. I would be pointing a telescope from about 10 degrees to 90 degrees upwards. So from my point of view, and I don't know if Robert would agree with this, that the lighting or the safety features on the wind turbines are there so that aviation can see where these turbines are, and not really going to impact the dark sky element of it.
Case officer.
Chair, yes, my understanding is that the lighting is designed to meet Civil Aviation Authority requirements, and that is just purely in terms of aviation safety, so that aircraft can see the location of these lights, basically to indicate hazard.
Thanks, Robert. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, members, we're in session. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm trying to balance this at the end. So when we get to the conclusions, there's a number of conclusions, obviously, in the document presented, and clearly there's an impact a significant impact in terms of the landscape character and because of the scale of the development, etc. And that's accepting that there's been mitigations to the original proposals and removal of some turbines in certain sensitive places. However, it still acknowledges that it's a significant impact. And I think it's maybe how to balance that. I'm very mindful that, that this is happens to be in the ward that I'm elected to represent, but notwithstanding that, this is the planning committee, but I can't escape that. It is a sensitive landscape in Annandale, Drive Valley, etc., all the ones that have been outlined. And there are small but significant communities in all those places. Now, it does change the day-to-day character of the landscape quite significantly. However, in the report, we are being asked to consider, yes, but that's offset by the potential socio-economic and policy gains in terms of energy going into the future. But and that's where it's very difficult to say, well, should we object to this in its current form? Is it too big for what are very sensitive landscapes? Could there be further mitigations? Because it's also the cumulative effect. I think some of the slides show this very particularly, especially from, I think it was one of the Langham ones, one of the last ones, where you're basically looking at a landscape that has become characterised along the horizon by a succession of wind farms, effectively. Now that's not good or bad in and of itself, but it certainly then starts to characterise the nature of the landscape, and I think that's where we're starting to become more at odds with what we think our landscape characters should be and what we should strive to preserve, and what we compromise on to sort of see greater gains in terms of sustainable energy in the future. So I think I'm in that place in between those two things about, and anyway, how would we, if we were minded to say, well, we do object on these grounds, as in certain turbines in particular places are making this, having an undue significance in terms of the landscape, and if those were considered, then we could lift that objection. Do you know what I mean? So are we able to do that type of response? Because as it stands just now, I'm not 100% comfortable that we could say, well, we've got no objections to this. And it's just about how do you find that line. But I'm happy to leave it to other members. I appreciate we're in session, but I think I'm sort of thinking out loud, really, trying to consider all the information in front of us. But I'd welcome if David could maybe steer us in that what would be competent to do. Because is it a case of we raise an objection or we don't? Is it as simple as that, or do we qualify it in some way? Thank you.
So you're not proposing an objection at this stage, you're just making a few statements to see what everybody else has to say?
I suppose I don't yet know how best to formulate the position that I'm trying to get to. Thank you.
Andy McFarlane, Councillor McFarlane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, Stephen says we're in session. I did actually have a question for the case officer, so I'm not sure if this is particularly relevant. I was looking at page 77 where it says NPF4 has weakened the protection of the setting of WLAs and such like. And it does cause me, and again on page 80, weakened the weight given to WLAs. So I'm picking up from this that, the priority in these cases, or the weighting should be given to the applicant rather than to communities and community groups. And I really would appreciate an interpretation in relation to that, because as you look at page 103, it just picks up on, excuse me a second, it picks up on what Councillor Thompson's just said about the visual effect. But when we get towards the back end, page 171, 4.9, notwithstanding the above, and it talks about the positive social, environmental and economic benefits, which are referred to at 4.47, which is on page 159. Firstly, there's no economic benefits mentioned. And this economic benefit, is that actually a material planning matter? Because I'm not convinced that it is. And the last issue was on 4.74 on 166, whereby Council's Countryside Access Officer hasn't provided a response. And I think that relates to some of the comments that were made earlier in relation to, perhaps requiring council officers to respond in relation to planning applications. And very last point, on page 196, it talks about minimise impacts on birds during the construction phase. There's not been any mention of the impact on the wildlife, i.e. the birds and the golden eagles, once it's done. Thank you, Chair.
Robert Duncan, Case Officer, can you help Andy with these observations or questions?
I'm quite happy to provide a response, Chair, if I can remember all of the points. I mean, please come back if I've missed anything here at all. The kind of notion in relation to the regional scenic areas in MPF4, I think, could you clarify that question again, please?
Yeah, it just said, I can't remember the page because I've moved away from it now, but it does say that basically the NPF4 weakens the consideration it should have for wildlife areas, WLAs. And that was on page 77, I think, and then page 80, NPF4 is weakened the weighting given to indirect effects on wildland areas. So page 77, then page 80, yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I can clarify that comment. That appears in the Council's Landscape Architect responses, and I know from discussions with her that when you're looking at Policy 11 within MPF4 now, which relates to all energy proposals, including wind farms, you've got a list of areas which are specifically mentioned as not being suitable for wind turbines, which includes, for example, national scenic areas, national parks and things like that, but it doesn't actually mention wildland areas. And her thought, I know from speaking to her, she thinks that since the introduction of MPF4, it has weakened the status of the wildland areas, which is a NatureScot, used to be SNH, a NatureScot designation that they used to be quite significant, and certainly she feels it had much greater weight before than it does now in the context of MPF4. MPF4 is basically, I mean, you can see the parts I've put in the report, but it's advocating that councils take a balanced view. They look at things holistically. So, for example, even where a proposal is contrary to the development plan, in some respects, you have to take all parts of MPF4 into account as well and arrive at a balanced consideration. So you have to weigh up the negatives as well as the positives. It's not enough for a development to be negative in some respects, and that's enough to justify refusal. It's not so much a difference in the balance when you're looking at these cases, it's a difference in the actual way you look at them and how you go about dealing with the development plan considerations. Moving on to the Council's Access Officer, yes, we didn't get a response in relation to the revised proposal from the Council's Access Officer, but when you look at page 146, 2.7b, there were comments provided there, and I was satisfied that those comments were met by the revised proposal such that I felt it was safe to proceed without a comment from the Council's Access Officer. I know that there are resourcing issues there as well at the moment, so there might still be a vacant post. I'm not sure, but in those circumstances I thought I could proceed. With regard to impact on wildlife and bird life, I know that the Scottish Government consult NatureScot and the RSPB separately, and they would be better placed to provide advice in that regard to the Scottish Government. The Council don't have a biodiversity officer at the moment, as I understand it, so we can only go on the basis of what the expertise we have internally. I'm not sure if there are any questions I haven't answered there, but if not, please come back by all means.
Yeah, thank you for that, Robert. Yeah, one of the things was 4.9 on page 171, where it's talking about recognise the positive social, environmental and economic benefits, and is actually an economic benefit, is that a material consideration? And when it talks about the environmental benefits, which is not a question I asked previously, but I'll pitch it in now, you know, clearly the fact that you've outlined in your drawings the significant concrete foundations that these take, the fact of all the work and travel and everything else that will be involved in getting these erected, should they be approved, then clearly environmentally that's not great. So I'm assuming that the environmental benefit is acquired through the generation of the electricity. Is that the sort of the perspective we're taking on that?
Case Officer Robert.
Thanks, Chair. I think when I look at MPF4 Policy 11, which I'm doing just now, There is a part under Policy 11, which is Energy, point C, which says development proposals will only be supported where they maximise net economic impact, including local and community socio-economic benefits such as employment, associated business and supply chain opportunities. So very much in the spirit of that, and recognising this is an application made under Section 36 of the Electricity Act, so not strictly a planning application, I think it's relevant to consider the matters that I've set out in the report. There are positive benefits to it, there are negative impacts, that's clear, and the things that are mentioned would represent a mix of those, but it's really a question of balance, I think, at the end of the day, as to how you weigh that in terms of the overall policy objectives that are set out in the development plan. And, you know, I've done that with my recommendation, and that's my professional recommendation. But, you know, if members think the balance is wrong and should be different and put with greater emphasis in other areas, then you're free to do that, Chair. It's within your gift to do that as a committee.
Thanks, Robert. And there are certain observations, Andy. Every wind farm in the region has had the same environmental damage done with the creation of hard standing and roads to get the construction up. And wild landing, if that were to be a reason, the Haley de Vries and Galloway could be considered that for the Galloway Hills and Uplands. So if somebody's looking to find a way to refuse this application, it'll have to be more localised or strategic grounds, I would suggest.
If I can, Chair, yeah. I appreciate exactly what you're saying, but it's just about the scale of this development and such like. And I understand that clearly we do have to put in significant foundations and we do have to travel to do it and whatever. But I just think we have to do it in context, and that's purely the reason behind my question. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. That's grand. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, on page 95, I'm looking at 2.5, 5.1 rather. The assessment takes into account the benefits in terms of mitigation by design, and these reviews relocate, resize and remove turbines. Now, I take it that the design DR1 to DR4, that these mitigations are part of what's been taken forward if we don't have any objections. Where I'm kind of a wee bit confused at the moment is where Councillor Thompson, is he suggesting that more turbines should be removed before we make no objections or subject to that point?
I take it that's not a question for our case officer, it's more a discussion between you and Councillor Thompson, is it?
Yeah, well, if the case officer can, maybe answer that the design has already removed some of these from the original design. I'm not sure if that's the case at the moment.
Case officer Robert, can you help Councillor Campbell?
Thanks, Chair. Again, looking at the part you're meaning, I think it's 2.5.1 on page 95. That's the consultation response from the Council's landscape architect. And when you're looking at DR1, DR2, DR3 and DR4, I'm reading these as for design reviews that she's done, and if you like, tested out what effect that would have in the proposal. So I think that's what I'm reading from it, and it says, it specifies what the design reviews involved, and then she's looked at that as part of her assessment. So I think that was something that, because when you look at, for example, at the foot of page 95 in the first entry in relation to viewpoint 1, it says the removal of turbines DR1 to DR4. So those are the various design review scenarios that she'd set out for herself to see what impact they would have. It's had no perceptible effect. So if you like, they're kind of, I think they're hypothetical situations that she's put forward and then tested at each of the viewpoints to see if they would have any meaningful effect.
So maybe, Chair, is that something that Councillor Thompson is referring to? I don't know.
That's fine. You and him can have a discussion, because I see Councillor McFarlane wants to come back in. Councillor McFarlane, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Clearly, there are a significant amount of papers here, and there was a part I was trying to find while Robert was speaking previously, and I've now found that pages 70 to 72, we have a series of developments that are either in operation or are proposed. And I'd just be grateful for clarification as to why we get information in relation to the proposed ones. There is a lot there, but I'm not understanding why we've been indicated that these are proposed and may well come to us in the future. Thanks.
Case Officer Robert, can you help?
It's really just to provide full information. I mean, obviously, when you're doing a cumulative assessment, you have to consider circumstances as they stand at the point of consideration of the application, which is today in this case, and later down the line when the Scottish Government make their decision, they'll need to make a similar, consideration in relation to cumulative development. So it does indicate, it's more for clarification than anything, of what's coming forward and what may be determined in due course and might actually end up getting determined for this case by the Scottish Government, and also what's already got approval, and where we know something's been implemented, that's indicated here as well. So it's more to keep members informed. We could be in a situation here where the council makes its consultation response to the Scottish Government, and then proposals that are presently in the system get determined ahead of Scoop Hill, because once we've done the consultation response, it's then over to the Scottish Government to make their decision. So that's why the undetermined cases are listed. It's to give you maximum information in that kind of scenario.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. And I think at one time, members of the previous Planning Applications Committee were anxious to understand what was coming forward, what was existing, so that they can consider or could consider cumulative impact as part of any consideration they were making. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, I'm grateful for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we've exhausted questions for our case officer. Will it be in session, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, so there's a number of turbines that I would say if this proposal had come forward with those that had been taken out in the design iteration, on balance, it would have been more acceptable because the impact would have been sort of at least understood in favour of the development. But I then get to the point where I'm going, well, that would be, for example, T11 through 17, 20, 21, 24, 76, 77, and then you're into, well, we'd need to double check exactly because it depends where you're looking at those from. But in essence, that's already, over 10% of what's been proposed, if you like. So I suppose, in effect, I'd probably err on the side of, given what we've got in front of us, I still think, and in terms of 4.88 on page 170, what's proposed in front of us fails to accord with LDP policies OP1, OP2, IN1, IN2, etc. But it could, if consideration was given to removing specific turbines, such as some of the ones I've listed. But there may be, other members might say, well, actually there might be others. But I don't know if that would be sufficient to actually make a materially competent objection, and I would seek guidance on that, because obviously, effectively, that's where I think I'm going. But I'd like to qualify it and say that's the reason why, and here's some of the examples of what could be changed to make it acceptable.
I see Councillor Walters is wanting to speak, so maybe David can reflect on that while we hear what Councillor Walters has to say. Because your recommendation, if it's to refuse, have to be competent, and I'm sure David will guide us on that. Councillor Walters, please.
I was just thinking about what Councillor Thompson was saying about if we were looking to try and refuse this, whether we should, well, not whether we refuse it, but presumably if we're going to put an objection forward, the question is, I suppose, do we have to have a specific reasons for an objection, or do we have to just say that the council has referred it? And if we are looking at a specific rejection, could we look at NFP policy 4, which starts off development proposals which, by virtue of type, location, or scale, will have an unacceptable impact on the natural environment, will not be supported, which is extremely broad and is rather contradicted by some of the other balanced stuff about the economic impact of things. But that is a direct quote from the policy which I would suggest, having gone through all the viewpoints and the effect it's going to have on those viewpoints, it's something we could do if we did want to object. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Walters. I'll take advice, but I would guess height, scale and massing would be a reason for refusal. You would simply have to defend it when you are asked to do so at public inquiry, because we've had our environmental officer or our members of staff tell you that their opinion is that on balance what's been presented is acceptable. So I'm up for you putting up a proposal to refuse if that's what you feel you must do, but on the understanding that if you do so, you have to then justify it at a later date, because it will undoubtedly, it's in the papers, there'll be a public inquiry called if we recommend refusal to Scottish ministers. But Mr Sutty will help you better than me.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry to be pedantic here, but it's just to be clear, what you'll be talking about is an objection rather than, we don't have the power to refuse this, it's for the Scottish ministers to determine. So if members are minded to put an objection to the Scottish ministers, you do have to give clear grounds for what that is. That would be considered as part of the public inquiry. And don't forget, all we're really supposed to be commenting on is the locus as far as the council is concerned, because the other statutory consultees are also feeding into the Scottish ministers. So, for example, if your concern was the natural environment, then the statutory consultee for that is NatureScot, and they'd be feeding their comments in to the Scottish ministers. So you would have to have strong evidence to go against something that NatureScot said. Robert can maybe help me here. I'm fairly certain that there was a section 36 years ago that we did say we've no objections subject to deletion of, and it was one or two specific turbines. And if we, again, as Robert said earlier, it wouldn't be tantamount to an objection if we're saying we've no objections subject to these being deleted. And I can't remember which that was, but I'm sure we did have a case in the dim distant.
So let me ask you again, David, because it's members' views that are being asked here. If Councillor Walters thinks size, scale and massing, taking into account the landscape and the installation already there, is not acceptable, is that a competent motion to this council to write to Scottish ministers that we want to object to this proposal?
Provided you've evidenced why you can say that. I mean, don't forget you've got a qualified landscape architect with a 50-page consultation response here, which would, at a public inquiry, be held up by the applicant's solicitors. They would be clearly putting that forward and saying, well, your own expert has said this. What evidence have you got to go against that? If you, I mean, it's entirely up to yourselves, as Robert said, it's in your gift. You can lodge an objection, but the only word of caution is that you would have to make sure you've got satisfactory grounds that you would be comfortable standing at a public inquiry and defending that position. I don't know if Laura wants to provide any further information on how that works.
I can invite Laura in last because I have Councillor Slater looking to speak, and we've not yet had a proposal to refuse in any or to object in any case. Councillor Slater, please.
Yes, Chair. I think if it was objected against, it's obviously the size of it, the landscape, which would be a beautiful landscape, and there's just so many turbines and the height of them as well, and although they could be hidden by trees, the trees will be gone. And I think in some places it's spoiling our hillsides. Sometimes there may be too many of them, and that's one of the reasons I think I would probably, object to it, because just the whole thing is visible, taking out really nice views of the countryside, and all we see is more and more wind turbines all over the place. And a lot of people are obviously concerned about that, I must admit. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Slater. I've got Councillor Ian Carruthers looking to speak. Ian, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. If we're going to raise an objection, I'd feel more comfortable taking the route that Councillor Thompson was suggesting, but I think you have to be specific. I don't actually object to it, but I'll go with it with the will of the committee. And if we do object to it, and I do think the move and the second of the motion should turn up at the inquiry, Chair. But I think we should be specific, and Stephen started touching that earlier in regards to the numbers of actual turbines. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Crothers. And that's the only point I was making. I will require, if anyone wants to put forward a reason for objecting to Scottish ministers, the mover and seconder will be going to speak, I would guess, at the public inquiries. You'll have to be confident that you're going to be doing that and be able to defend the position that you've set, because there's no point in saying you don't like it. That wouldn't last long. You'd have to have sound grounds for a move to notify Scottish ministers. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I've never at any point said I didn't like this. I just said that I think the issue for me is, I suppose, the clear significant impact, which is recognised in the Landscape Architect's report and repeats often throughout the various viewpoints and the descriptions. I think the bit that gets me is that, so the Landscape Architect, in terms of presenting that it would have a significant and adverse impact on landscape character. This is 4.88 basically. So there seems to be a conclusion there in the sense that it does have that impact, an adverse impact on the landscape character. I'm not calling into question the expertise of the landscape architect in terms of NPF Policy 4 Part 1, but etc. But clearly the report sets out all the adverse impacts that this proposal has, and I think they're of a significance in particularly localised areas. And this is where I do struggle, because I recognise it as a very large scheme across a big area, has substantial benefits, but it has a very significant impact on very localised communities. So, you know, I'm kind of torn between that. So if it's more practical to say, if these turbines were removed, this would be a more acceptable proposition. And then I've got to kind of figure out, well, is 11 and 15 definitely out, but 22, it depends where you're looking at it from, you know, so then it's and to be honest, I couldn't sit here and say with any exhaustive sense today, oh, these are exactly the turbines that I think would make this a better proposal, because it's not just me. So I could suggest some, but equally, I think what I'm trying to get to is I'm not happy with this the way it is, and I don't know whether to say let's object to it, or let's suggest that it be amended, then it would be acceptable. So I'm in that limbo just now. Chair, thank you.
I think you make it difficult for yourself, Stephen. David did say in the past we sent a notification to Scottish Ministers wouldn't object if certain turbines were removed. Sadly, it's a non-speaking item. We have representatives here from Community Wind Power, I guess it is, watching with interest how the debate is playing out today. So can I ask them to remove a couple of turbines? And I don't know whether sending a note to Scottish ministers saying, if you remove them three, we have no objection, because they might not do that. That's then placing something else in their gift. Your gift is that you can pay a significant weight to the landscape architect's opinion, and you can vary your opinion or weighting differently on the landscape officer's opinion. It doesn't offend her in this case, but simply adjusts your view to a different strength than hers was. And in some elements of the report she's provided, it sets out quite clearly she has serious concerns about some impacts. So the gift's in yours, and only yours. David is pointing out to the conclusions on page 170. David Sutty, please.
It's if members were minded to object, then, you know, obviously Robert's report has gone on and explained why, looking in the whole context of NPF4 and particularly policy 11 on energy, why it is something that we are recommending there's no objection, but paragraph 488 on page 170 gives you fairly concise summary of what the concerns are in terms of the significant and adverse effects on the landscape character in the locality. Again, it's got to be something that has more than a local effect before you've got NPF4 overridden, but that is probably the nearest thing I could find in the report to something which you could probably hang your hat on.
Which really helps, David. I've got Councillor Carruthers and then I'll come back to Councillor Stephen Thompson. Councillor Carruthers, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, David, very much for that, picking up on that paragraph 4.88. I think that we've got maybe a couple of options, Chair. We can defer and allow the members to further evaluate this until the next meeting, unless that's out within the timeline that we need to require. Otherwise, I would be content to move the recommendations that we raise no objections at this stage. Although I think we should at least give the members who've got real concerns in regards to this a chance to put something together. I'll leave it in your capable hands, Chairman.
That is very kind of you, Ian. Thank you very much. Councillor Stephen Thompson, you want to come back?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to, but I kind of have to. But yeah, I mean, I think I would go for raising an objection based on 4.88, and I think part of this is exactly the problem probably a lot of elected members have, because on the one hand, we have to take this planning authority role strategically, but we can't ignore at the same time the impact it has on local communities, even if it is wider than just a local area. There's a number of local areas affected. So I think, and again, it's very much on balance, but I would move that we do raise an objection based on, I suppose, the substance of 4.88, which probably captures better than I could say in my state of limbo the reason for the objection. And I think that's kind of captured it, and I would give more weight to that. If that's not sufficient to challenge NPF4 overriding sort of weight to energy, then so be it. But I think in terms of this council, that's how I would like to put that objection forward. Thank you. If I get a second or even, but thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Now, I've got another two speakers. I've got David Slater and Keith Walters. I think we've gone beyond the point of making observations. I think we need a determination. Not only that, the paper says quite clearly on page 170, we must send a response to Scottish ministers by the 31st of March 2024. So without literally putting your hand up your back, Stephen, you're going to have to put something down on the table, or we'll go with Councillor Carruthers' view that we go with the papers and the recommendations.
Sorry, can I just say, Chair, I thought that's actually what I did, which is that's what I'm putting forward, that we object on the basis of 4.88, or the substance of that, as David's helpfully pointed out. So that's what I'm moving, or seconding, or whatever. Not seconding. That's what I'm putting forward. Thank you.
Can Tracy's got what you're saying, Stephen?
So, I would second Councillor Thompson. Yes, I will, yes. I think it's very important this. It's changing. There's a whole lot of things in here that need to be looked at, and I agree with them. Thank you.
So I have Councillor Keith Walters. Oh, Ian Carruthers is second to Stephen if he needs it, but David Slater's beating you off, Councillor Carruthers. Councillor Walters, please.
You'll not be surprised to hear that I was going to also be happy to second Stephen's things. Can I just say I'm a little bit concerned that, as a sort of relatively new councillor, that this sort of idea that if we were to object, the proposer and the seconder would have to go to a public inquiry and speak, because I would have thought that if this planning committee takes a decision, it would then be up to the planning committee themselves to formulate some sort of response to take forward to the public inquiry. I do find it a little bit sort of, it's almost like a threat, isn't it? You're saying what you're basically saying to myself and Councillor Thompson is that if you get an objection through to this, you need to be prepared to stand up at a public inquiry and say so. And I just think that it should be clear that if this objection was to be voted on and was go through, it would be a committee decision. I'd be quite happy to argue whatever about it, but I don't think that we should be pointing out to individual proposers and seconders that's what you're saying is the consequences. That's my comment. Thanks.
It's certainly not a threat, Councillor Walters. When we go against officer's recommendation, the council does not do anything because you've stepped out of line with what the council chose to do. So we do not get support from officers unless I'm wrong. We do not get support from legal team in case I'm wrong. And we do get support from legal team. We just don't get support from. We don't get support from planning officers to formulate our response. And anyone who proposes that we go with the officer's recommendation is automatically excluded from being invited to attend a public inquiry. And it's not so much a threat as an assurance that's what will happen, because the people that put forward the proposal are the most likely ones that will be invited to attend.
So shall I just come back on that? So thanks for the clarification. So what you're saying is that if we do object and it goes to a public inquiry, we won't have the support of planning officers. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Is that what?
That's correct. Planning officers have given you advice, therefore they cannot contradict their own advice. We get advice from the legal team, support from the council, but not from planning officers. But I'll ask Mr. Sutty to be very detailed in his response before I invite Councillor Carruthers in to speak.
Chair, what you said is correct. Basically, we're bound as Chartered Town Planners by the RTPI's Code of Conduct, and we've to give our bona fide professional advice at all time. So clearly, Robert's put a lot of time and effort into writing this report. You could not ask him to reasonably go to a public inquiry and say completely the opposite. And also, you wouldn't get a lot of credence if you've got the report there and you're then arguing for the contrary. So, no, we've got to disengage, and legal services will try and find somebody who can assist as a planning consultant to pull together things on your behalf. But ultimately, there has to be somebody that fronts the council at a public inquiry. And because it would be a committee decision, you would have to have somebody attend on behalf of the committee to put forward that. And historically, that's usually been well, if the chair has gone with it, the chair and the vice chair usually get involved. If the chair doesn't go with it, then it's whoever's put forward the motion that is successful.
Thanks very much, David. Now, Councillor Thompson maybe want to change his opinion here, so I'll invite him in first.
I was going to say, I think Councillor Carruthers is voting in, but I was going to say, well, if you didn't even go against it, Chair, you might be coming with me, eh?
I'm going to move the recommendation. Councillor Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering, we've got the motion being moved and seconded. Is the amendment from Councillor Carruthers? If that hasn't been seconded, I'm quite happy to raise no objections and second the amendment.
That's really helpful. That gives us a motion and an amendment, and if our governance officer can just lead us through that.
No, that's no, Chair. Councillor Carruthers posted in the chat that he would second Councillor Thompson's motion, so there's no amendment on the table at the moment.
Okay, then I propose that we go, we raise no objections, go with the recommendations.
I'll second that. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks, Chair. No, yourself and Mr. Sutty covered it very, very well. The point I was going to make, it just in regards to the assurances that Councillor Walters has been looking for. No, thank you very much, Chair. You covered it very well.
So have you decided whether you're going with raise no objection or you're going with Councillor Thompson?
It's been moved and seconded, Chairman, so I'll cast my vote when we go to the roll call. Thank you.
Thank you. Governance, can you take us through the process, please?
Thanks, Chair. So the motion is proposed by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Slater, and that's to raise an objection due to the proposed development having a significant and adverse effect on landscape character and visual amenity in the locality, both on an individual and cumulative basis, as well as having adverse effects on the Moffat Hills regional scenic areas and on core paths and public rights of way, which fails to accord with LDP 2 policies OP1, OP2, IN1, IN2 and NE3, as well as the adopted LDB2 supplementary guidance document Part 1 Wind Energy Development Management Considerations. And the amendment is proposed by Councillor Campbell, seconded by the Chair, and that is to raise no objections as per the report. I'll proceed to the vote, Chair. Chair?
Amendment.
Vice Chair?
Motion.
Councillor Baretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake? Councillor Blake? I'll come back to Councillor Blake. Councillor Campbell?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Crothers?
Motion.
Councillor Dashper?
Motion, please.
Councillor Davis?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie?
Motion.
Councillor Jordan?
Amendment, please.
Councillor McFarlane?
Motion.
Councillor Slater?
Motion.
Councillor Thompson? Councillor Walters?
Motion, please.
Councillor Blake? Take Councillor Blake out, Chair. So the motion is carried 9 votes to 4. So the Council will raise an objection. Thank you.
Thanks very much, members. Move on to agenda item number 8. An application for the erection of 8 wind turbines and ancillary and infrastructure, including transformer kiosks, 8 crane pads, control building and substation compound, temporary construction compound, 1 permanent anemometer mast, maximum height 60 metres, 2 temporary anemometer masts, maximum height 60 metres, underground cabling, 2 borrow pits, formation of new vehicular access and construction of site access tracks at variance with condition 5 applying permission 20/1714/S42 to vary the period of time for continuously non-operational turbines from 12 months to 11 months at Labrax, Liswalt, Stranraer. Section 42 application reference number 23/2697/S42. Recommendation is to refuse, and the case officer is John Hiscox. John, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much indeed. This Section 42 application seeks to achieve an extension to the planning permission last granted at the end of 2020 under reference 20/1714/S42. To do this, the applicant has applied to vary one of the conditions slightly in relation to the period from 12 to 11 months that triggers decommissioning of any non-operational turbine. The recommendation to refuse this application is twofold in a way, and I'm going to read it to you just to set the scene because this is not going to be a particularly long presentation. One reason for refusal: the proposed revised condition 5 would not be required to make the development or application acceptable, is not justified in planning terms in relation to the development plan, and would make no substantive difference to the planning permission previously granted. The conditions attached to Planning Permission 20/1714/S42 are fit for purpose and do not require to be changed for any objective or substantiated reason. The application, therefore, is not in accord with the provisions of Scottish Government Circular 3/2022, in particular Annex H7, which states that if it's considered that planning permission should be granted subject to the same conditions as the previous permission, the Section 42 application should be refused. Furthermore, the application does not accord with the development plan, specifically Policy 11 of NPF 4, Criteria A1, because the application does not relate to any of the actions relating to existing wind farms, stated within the criteria, which are 1, repowering, 2, extending, 3, expanding, and 4, extending the life. Okay, moving on to the site itself, I've just got 2 slides. First location plan shows the location of the site on the west coastal area of the Rins, approximately 8 kilometres west of Stranraer and 8 kilometres north of Port Patrick. The second shows the approximate location of the 8 approved turbines, which were first consented on appeal in October 2016. You can see these in green, reasonably clear within that red line area, towards the sort of middle upper end. So that was approved on appeal in October 2016 and then renewed in April 2019 and again in December 2020, essentially through appropriate applications to vary time limit condition 1 in each case. That's about it in terms of slides. I just ask the committee to note that 201714 S42, the most recent planning permission, expired in December 2023. The current application before you was submitted validly before the expiry of that planning permission. However, if the current application is refused in accordance with the recommendation, it will expire and the site will no longer benefit from any consent for a wind farm. Lastly, I would ask you to note a few things. There have been no adverse representations received. We've not been asked for any consultations by community councils or related community groups. We have neither received any consultation responses or requested any, and the recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reason previously set out. Could I lastly ask the committee to note that the maximum tip height of all the previous consented turbines is 100 metres, that no attempts have been made to discharge conditions of any previous planning permission, and that the supporting statement provides no reasoning for the proposed adjustment to the condition. Thank you.
Thanks very much, John. Any questions for our case officer? That case for in session. Go with the recommendation. Members nodding in agreement. Any difference online?
Nothing, Chair.
That case. Pardon?
Nothing.
No.
No.
In that case, can you confirm the decision, Tracy, please?
Mr. Chair, members have refused the application on the grounds detailed in the report.
Members, move on to agenda item number 9. An application for listed building consent for the installation of stainless steel tie bars and formation of 2-metre high pier jacketing walls around 2 piers at Tongland Bridge, Tongland, Kirkcudbright. It's a listed building consent application reference number 23/2493/LBC. The recommendation approves subject conditions, and the case officer is Toril Glendinning. Good afternoon, Toril. Will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this application is in front of committee today, as it is a council application. So the proposal seeks listed building consent for the installation of the 2-metre high masonry jacket and the tie bars to the 2 piers currently showing signs of distress due to the various works that have been undertaken to this bridge since it was built back in 1808. The works are an interim solution to provide stability and prevent further damage, while more comprehensive measures are being planned and will be executed in the future. So here we've got Tongland Bridge. This is the location. It's about 2 kilometres north of Kirkcudbright and 300 metres southwest of Tongland Power Station. And this is the bridge as existing. It was built by Thomas Telford and constructed in grey Arran sandstone. And then we've just got some details showing the north pier as existing. And then the south pier, and you can see details of that with the photograph as well. And that shows the upstream side and the abutment side. And again, the south pier, but showing downstream and riverside. And then we've got the details of the proposed north pier jacket and the south pier jacket. And then a more close-up image of the jacket and how that would look. And here an elevation showing downstream with the jacket on that pier closest to the central arch on either side. And again, same, just showing upstream. Moving on to photographs, we've got the bridge seen from the west. And that is the pier with the red box around it. And a more close-up of the bridge, and you can see the water levels that it will generally go up to when the river is high. And a more close-up of the stonework, and then a view of the bridge seen from the east. And again, the pier, but seen from the north. The east, sorry. So the proposal is recommended to be approved subject to condition, and that condition was in relation to the detail of the stone to be used, having to be agreed before they started. However, HES, Historic Environment Scotland, have, since this report was published, they have submitted a further response detailing that they are content with the stone that is proposed, and so condition 1 that is referred to in the report could then be deleted. Okay,
Thank you very much, Donald. Any questions for our case officer? In that case, thank you very much, Donald. We go with the recommendation, members. We're in session. Yeah. Members nodding in agreement. Notice sent online. Okay, we move on to agenda item. Oh, Councillor Stephen Thompson.
So it was just to check, are we deleting the condition as suggested?
Are we
deleting the condition as suggested?
That's my recommendation anyway, yeah.
Yeah, well, basically the information has now been submitted to Historic Environment Scotland, and they're comfortable with that. So I suppose you would amend the condition really just because that last line is that the works have to be carried out in accordance. So I think you just amend that condition to state that it's going to be carried out in accordance with the scheme agreed with HES.
Happy with that, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks for that observation, Stephen. Thanks for your help. Okay, Tracy, decided we go with the officer's recommendation. Move on to agenda item number 10. An application type for listed building consent for repair, maintenance and cleaning of statue at Ortburn Statue, Church Place, Dumfries. Reference number 23/2533/LBC. Recommendation is approved unconditionally. Case officer would have been Claire Ingram, but David Sutty is now taking us through this report. So, David, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, apologies from Claire. She was only able to attend until 2:45. Sorry, I don't have a zapper, but if you could take us on to the first photo, please. It's just a location plan. I'm sure most of you will know where the burned statue is, just at the end of the High Street. Next, please. And that's just a closer zoom in, showing the boundaries of it. Next, please. And this list out, you can't really read down the side, but that gives all the details of the proposed works, and then has a photo of the statue. Next, please. various photos of the statue. You can see again it's got slightly discoloured since it was last cleaned in 2018. And basically the proposals here are exactly the same. The minor works, such as sorting out a missing letter S and so on, they're actually repairs, wouldn't require listed building consent. What does require the listed building consent is the actual stone cleaning, because that's a potentially damaging factor to the stone. And I think there's one last slide. Yep, that just shows close-up of some of the other lower parts of the statue. So members will notice on page 228, paragraph 1.5, what's being proposed here is an annual application of this D2 Solutions biocide, which is going to deter future organic growth. So overall, it's really just something which is going to enhance the appearance of a well-known statue, and there's no conditions recommended, so recommending unconditional approval, Chair.
Thanks very much. And that condition will ensure that it doesn't come back to us every year. It's a continuous approval now, is that right?
Yes, that's, well, if significant repair works were required, once again, then that would need to come back to the committee. But if it's a case of just using this on an annual basis as proposed, the biocide should keep the growth down.
Thanks very much, David. Councillor McFarlane, Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Really, just to clarify, we're talking about the statue and the plinth. The whole thing will be sort of dealt with, and it's not just the statue at the top. Thanks.
I'm certain it's the plinth as well, David.
Yes, it's the entirety of the statue from the base to the tip.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Peretti.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, David. One just clarification. The D2 solution biocide, is it per chance organic, or is it a sustainable product? Is it going to have an impact on any other life forms?
David?
I'm afraid I don't have any information on that. If you do need more clarification on that, then I'm sure the applicant section would be able to provide information to you.
Yeah, Chair, I would like just to point out that is something that, as one of the climate champions or climate officers, I would be looking at to say, is this product, okay, it's doing its job, but what are the ramifications of using it? And if in future we have to have things brought in front to us, I would like a little bit explanation of chemicals or substances that are used so that we don't end up with this situation that we've got now.
Yeah, that's no problem, Councillor.
I have no objection to the cleaning of it.
I think, though, that will lie with Communities Committee, if I'm no wrong, because they'll be the operatives. We are simply the planning department. We provide the permission, if you like, and somebody else implements the submission. So, take away some of the Communities Directorate, Alistair Bryce or Karen Brownlee, I'm sure will be able to assist you. I've got Councillor Slater and then Councillor Campbell. David, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just to say it's good to see the statue is going to be cleaned and maintained, and I must admit, yes, there are professional chemicals that can keep it clean for many months, and it's good to see they're going to use something like that on the stone.
I'll direct you to the same place as Councillor Beretti. Go and see somebody at Communities. Councillor Campbell, please.
Yeah, no, I welcome the support, Chair. I'm pleased to see you here at long last. Just a couple of points. There was meant to be a 3D laser scan. It probably won't be to do with the planning side of it. That's something that I can take up, with Communities. But I was given assurances that that would be the case when the cleaning had been done. The other thing was there's blue felt pen graffiti. Now, the person who did that has actually put their name there, and I'm just wondering, has the police been involved to chase that one up? I mean, if you're going to put graffiti, don't put your name to it. That's all I can say.
Hope it wasn't Mr. Sutty that did it. Andrew, just the Vice Chair, please.
Thanks, Chair. I've just Googled D2 biological solution. It's a non-hazardous and biodegradable solution where that doesn't contain acids or salts or bleach.
Oh, the joys of anti-Google. So, if there are no other questions or observations, happy to go with office recommendation and approve the application. Members, it's been a long day. Thank you very much for your input and your perseverance. Thanks to officers as well. And I'll see you at next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.